Okay. And who's calling? I'll just defer to the manager. All right. So I'll call to order the Board of Supervisors special meeting for Thursday, October 16th order. Please rise as you're able and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, thank you. You may be seated. And I will recognize the Township Manager to give the meeting procedures and the call to roll.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to members of the board, staff, and public for joining us this evening for the October 16th Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors special meeting. This meeting has been properly advertised in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act as a hybrid meeting with the option to attend virtually and in person here in the main meeting room. If you are in attendance virtually using the WebEx platform and wish to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please say your name, municipality of residence, and the topic you wish to speak on when the chair calls on you. If you are attending in person with us in the main meeting room and wish to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please address the board at the podium and state your name, municipality of residence, and the topic you wish to speak on. Members of the public using WebEx platform are asked to remain muted during the meeting to prevent any ambient noise from disrupting the meeting. If a member of the public is acknowledged by the chair, they may unmute their microphone for their question or comment. Secondly, board members are asked to indicate their name when motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes may accurately reflect the action taken. Finally, a roll call of the Board of Supervisors will now be taken to ensure that all members can hear and interact using the WebEx meeting platform. Please indicate that you are here when your name is called. Jeremy Thompson.
Here.
Omari Patterson. Patty Stevens.
Here.
Matt Heller.
Here.
Lisa Strickland.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
All right. I think we'll call out Omari one more time just to make sure our online audience can hear us.
Uh-oh, did you not hear me that last time?
He was muted. Can you hear us, Mr. Patterson?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And we can hear you. Okay. Just checking.
Okay, great.
So
Awesome.
that works.
Thank you.
No announcements or proclamations this evening. We will move to public comment. There is currently nobody from the public in the room, but we will go online. If you do have something that's not on the agenda, you want to address the Board of Supervisors, feel free to raise your digital hand or unmute, and we'll call on you. The chair will call on you. We ask you to keep your remarks to about 5 minutes and state your name and neighborhood or residence when addressing the board. Seeing none online, that will close public comment and we'll go to the approval of the minutes from the October 14th special meeting. Bearing no changes or corrections, I would entertain a motion.
Well, this is Patty. Motion to approve.
And do we have a second?
This is Matt, I'll second.
Got a motion by Ms. Stevens, second by Mr. Heller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. All right.
It only feels like yesterday that we had that meeting.
It was the day before yesterday. So for reports and presentations, our diversity, equity, inclusionary activities, Hispanic Heritage Month ended yesterday. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, Filipino American Heritage Month, German American Heritage Month, Italian American Heritage Month, Polish American Heritage Month. Pennsylvania Dignity Day was yesterday. Heard a lot of good media coverage on the events that took place around town. And the Diwali Hindu Festival of the Lights will be October 20th. Next, we have a discussion presentation on Act 511 taxation options presented by Terry Kunkel from Pennsylvania DCED, and I will recognize the Township Manager.
Thank you, Chair. In attendance with us this evening is Terry Kunkel with DCED. As a response to the inquiries that we initially had submitted to PML, the Pennsylvania Municipal League, earlier this year, the board had inquired about creative revenue options that our municipality would be able to explore in terms of finding solutions to offset expenditures, as we have been provided a report from the stamp program, and we understand that in the years to come there could be a concern, and we would like to explore options that don't just involve an increase, a general increase of taxes. And so Terry, being very knowledgeable of the various options, has agreed to attend this board meeting to present to you options for your considerations. Terry, are you able to hear us?
I am, Centuries. Thank you.
I'll yield the floor to you.
I'm a little,
Oh, go ahead.
thanks. No, I was just going to say I'm a little under the weather, so I hope that I can make it through this presentation and that you can completely understand me. So I did provide the slide screen, the slide deck, and I think you all have it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you want me to share it, or is she going to share?
Do you want me to share? I can share. Or do you just want to go with what you have? You all have a copy?
Provided with the agenda.
Yep.
It's provided within the agenda.
Okay. All right. Perfect. I'm just going to start and just go through. I'm not going to highlight everything. This is just a presentation that I'm asked to do this quite frequently within municipalities because the taxation, well, one, in Pennsylvania, we know that it's antiquated. And two, that's why you're home rule. And two, we know that, this is an overlay of everything. So I start with real estate, but I always like to start with that first screen with the general governance, the person that's a little confused and, because elected officials you make policy decisions, you levy the taxes, you borrow the money, you authorize the expenditures, you oversee the direct administration. It's a thankless job. And taxation is a really tough thing to talk about. Usually when I do a presentation on taxation, I always say, don't kill the messenger. I'm just here to provide the knowledge. So on the PowerPoint that says the slide deck that says why at the top, we know why we have to tax. Unfortunately, we all work in government every day. It's a necessary evil. Nobody likes to pay higher taxes. Nobody likes to be taxed, but everyone wants their roads plowed. They want their potholes fixed. They want their parks to look great. So it is a necessary evil. And I always throw this in there. I love to pay taxes, said no one ever. Not even the people included in your room. We don't like to pay them, but we need all the services. And they're the primary source of local government income. We know that. And where are those taxes defined? They're defined in your code book. Even though you're home rule, you still follow the second-class township code, the allowable taxation, because there are special taxes, real estate taxes, on top of your general purpose mills that help alleviate your budget. And of course, the real estate taxes, we know they're all levied by 1 mil on 1/1000th of the assessed value. I always use this as an example. If you have an assessed value of $3 million, you're only going to generate 3,000 in 1 mil. And believe it or not, we have municipalities that generate less than that on 1 mil. Your millage rates are not limited only by your charter. If it says so in your charter, if you were a second-class township, it would be limited at 14 mils. And here is where the special purpose taxes are. If you're a second-class township, you'll find them in the second-class township code, section 3305 on the real estate tax. Before we go into the Act 511, I just wanted to talk about the special purpose taxes in the real estate and in your code. I can see you guys all sitting there. How many of you are familiar with all the special taxes that you can enact on top of your general purpose code, on top of your general purpose mills? You can see them all here. One of the big ones that a lot of people are starting to enact to take the cost and the fee out of their general purpose budget is fire and EMS. It has a limit of 3 mils that you can enact to keep your fire companies going, and 0.5 mils for your EMS is farther down. But you can see all the different taxes there that you can implement on real estate for special purposes only, meaning whatever you bring in, it has to be spent on that special purpose. And you'll see the limits there too. I'm not going to go over each one of these. I just wanted to, this is in the presentation always. And then we're going to get into the one page, the Non-Real Estate Act 511 on slide deck 7. They're always enacted by way of ordinance. And it was Act 511 of 1965 that amended the Act 511 taxes. They vary depending on the size of your township and the need of your township. They're often shared with the school district. And home rule municipalities can increase the EIT and the real estate transfer above the legal limits, only if you're home rule. No one else can do that. The Act 511, we're going to start and go over these now. These are the ones that are defined that are allowable in a second-class township. That's why even though you're home rule, you still follow that base of that second-class township. So Act 511, the first one is per capita, often known as the nuisance tax, or a head tax, set at $10. And if the school district enacts it as well, it's always shared with the school district. So your municipality receives $5. The school district receives $5 if, in fact, the school district adopts the ordinance as well. Now, when I say it's a nuisance tax, it's very hard to collect. It's very hard to know who's over the age of 18 living within your municipality. It's a very hard tax to collect. Your occupation tax, your flat rate, $10, or you have the millage rate unlimited. These occupations are sometimes grouped together. They are grouped and assessed. For example, executives, contractors, city officials, skilled laborers, unskilled laborers, etc. They're all grouped. An example of that occupation for the flat rate would be an executive can be assessed at $1,000 per year. Now that's something that they have to pay over and above their real estate tax. And an unskilled laborer is assessed at $200 a year, and they vary. There's others. The DCED taxation manual really that breaks this down and goes into this if you want to look into this and get more information on it. This can never be assessed if the per capita tax is enacted. And it is considered an older and outdated form of taxation. But like I said, we're all familiar with Pell's. It's not 1965 anymore. The taxation report that they did. You want to read a really good study, read that. It's the Pennsylvania Economy Links. Just do a search. It's not 1965 anymore. It's shared with school districts. When I have in here that it's shared with school districts, the school districts also have to enact that ordinance to be able to share it or to enact that tax as well. If they don't, you have the whole amount. The next one is your local services tax and your earned income tax. I'm going to talk about the two of these here together. People really get confused about LST and EIT. I always explain local services tax, you pay that where you work. Earned income tax is paid where you live. So local services tax, formerly known as the OPT or the occupation privilege tax, it imposes a tax on persons employed within the municipal boundaries. So wherever they're coming to work at and I think you are in Centuries, are you at $47 already here with your LST tax?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were. That's the maximum. You're already imposing that. Now I know, and Centuries can allude to this a little bit more, PML is really a big force in trying to push to get that increase to $154 per year. Because that number was picked because that's what it is. If you become an Act 47 community, the LST already by court order goes to $154 a year. But that's something that they're trying to push through legislation. So you're already enacting the 47 and your school district's already getting the 5. Your earned income tax, you're already assessing your earned income tax. This is the beauty of when you're home rule. That's the tax that you can increase that doesn't affect your 65 and older population. That affects the working person. When you increase your earned income tax, that 0.25% or a 0.2%, that gets taken out of somebody's paycheck every week or bi-weekly whenever they get paid. Sometimes it only equals maybe $1. Sometimes it only equals 50 cents or maybe $2. But when you think about increasing the earned income tax, none of us notice $2 a week out of our paycheck. We do notice that hit in our real estate tax when you have to increase that, but we don't necessarily see the $2. And I always say often enough, $2, we all buy a bottle of water or a special cup of coffee somewhere a week, or every 2 weeks with that $2. Realty transfer tax is another one with home rule. That's your 1% shared with a school district, 0.5. Since you're a home rule community, that is something that you can increase as well, is the limit on your realty transfer tax from the 0.5%. The next ones are the ones that you're really probably going to think about, the last two. This one I want to talk about, the business privilege tax flat rate. It's enacted on all places of business within the municipality. There's no limit but one tax. For example, it's just one tax. You can't assess the business grossing $500,000 more money than you assess the mom and pop only grossing $15,000. You can assess any business registered in your municipality. You can set a fee, $100, $200, whatever it is, but it's only across the board. It cannot fluctuate with the gross income. There used to be a business tax that was based on a percentage of gross sales. There used to be a retail and a wholesale. That went away. If you hadn't enacted that before 1988, you can't do it now. Here's the two: mechanical device and amusement tax. I know that you don't have these. Mechanical device tax is levied on all coin-operated mechanical devices, meaning video games, pinball, pool tables, and yes, people are doing this on skills machines. So there are municipalities that have enacted ordinances on skills machines. Now, those ordinances just hang there. They are collecting them. But until the state whatever the state's going to do with taxation or whatever, we don't know. So those ordinances might only good until something with the state supersedes those. But I do have municipalities in my regions that are charging anywhere from $200 by way of ordinance to $750 per skills machine located in their municipality. But this is also on everything. And people say, oh, we can't keep taxing people. You're taxing the vendor. That's who has to pay this fee, who owns these machines. So anyway, it cannot exceed 10% of the price to activate the machine, meaning what it ever costs to make that machine run. And it's shared with the school district if they opt to do an ordinance as well. The next is the amusement tax. This is something where, if anything, it's levied on the privilege to engage in an amusement. So think ticket entry. Do you have any golf courses in your municipality? Things like that, greens fees, anything like that is an amusement tax that you can charge. It can only be set at a maximum rate of 10% of the entry cost, and it is also shared with the school district if they actually opt to do the ordinance as well. So those are the two that municipalities your size often enact, are the mechanical device and the amusement tax within the Act 511. So those are the 511 taxes that garnish revenue, not based on real estate tax. And then your PILTs. I don't know what you have as far as nonprofits within your municipality. I have municipalities that have colleges within their municipality or hospitals that they'll work out a payment in lieu of taxes. The people going to work there, people attending there, they still are using your roads. You're having to maintain them to get there. And a lot of them will enter into a voluntary agreement to give you money outside of being assessed a real estate tax. The other thing that I always advise all the municipalities to do is contact the county, get a list of your tax exempt property, and make sure that they truly are tax exempt. Because think about churches going defunct, different nonprofits moving out that were tax exempt prior. It's a good thing just to review those every now and again to make sure that they're going back on the tax records. and make sure that those nonprofits do qualify under the HUP. But a lot of municipalities will work with their nonprofits that own large land, and work with them to do a PILT or a payment in lieu of taxes. So that is the good resource. I already said to you, the DCED taxation manual is a great resource. You don't have to be a Philadelphia attorney to be able to understand it. You just do a search online, or click your link. Title 53 is where all this law comes from if you want to read the law. And also too, if you follow this link for municipal statistics, for DCED's municipal statistics or MUNSTATs, the municipal tax information is found for all of your neighboring municipalities on there. Whenever you report all your tax information to us, it's tabulated and made public. You can get on there. You can look at other home rule municipalities comparable to you. What are they assessing? It'll give you their taxation by county, by municipality. It's a very good tool when you're looking at tax structures and things like that, especially at budget time. So I hope I made it through okay. I hope you guys understood me. I'll go ahead and ask if you have any questions or.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Heller.
Yeah, Terry, thank you so much for that presentation, and I hope you feel better soon. So if you want to limit your what you're saying, I completely understand that. But I would like to understand a little bit more about the special purpose taxes.
Yes.
If you could, for example, if I pick out road machinery fund, 2 mills.
Yes.
What does that tax look like? On what type of machinery, or who does it apply to? Could you help me understand that one, for example?
Road machinery would be as if you purchase a piece of machinery, or you need to purchase a piece of machinery that's going to cost a lot of money. You can start and assess that tax up to 2 mills and put that in that fund then to be able to either pay for that piece of equipment. If it's in your capital plan or wherever it might be that you're discussing, say you need a leaf vac or, a leaf or a garbage truck, a lot of people will do it for that if they have their own garbage or proprietary. And then that way it's a way to save money to buy the piece of equipment without having to go into debt.
Okay. And then just help me maybe look at the recreation, no limit, because there's an amusement tax in one of the other areas, but then there's a recreation no limit tax.
Parks. For your parks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for any type of recreation meaning your parks and recreation is what that's for.
Okay.
Park programs, maintaining your park.
And by the way, I want anybody that might be listening to this in the future, I am just randomly looking at things here. I'm not anticipating or targeting anything. They're just things that I noticed and I just wanted to understand. Okay.
Well, and they're good questions because a lot of people don't understand that there are these special taxes above the real estate taxes. And I think where this is really, and I've done this presentation more in the last, mainly it's because of fire and EMS. It's getting so pricey to keep our fire companies, to sustain them, and no fault of the fire companies. It's just costly. And a lot of people have had the question about enacting the fire tax, to aid to be able to keep paying for your fire company.
Gotcha. So if I may take that one a little bit further, the firehouse and equipment, 3 mills, or potentially higher, that would be something that we would essentially say, okay, we're going to apply this to residents here, and now those funds are restricted only for those purposes. That's correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. A lot of people are looking when they're coming to tighter budgets because we know the cost of everything has increased 20 to 30% since 2020. A lot of people are looking at things to eliminate from their budget that they can form the special tax for. So that's why a lot of people look at what is it costing them for their fire, what is it costing them for their recreation, for their libraries, and then they're assessing that special tax to alleviate that out of their general fund budget.
Mm-hmm. So back to the road machinery fund, if the township needed to purchase something large,
that fund would be used for that if it was related to road machinery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you so much, Terry. Again, I really appreciate that, and this definitely helps a lot because I know where I was sitting, I was hoping to see the list, and this is really a great list of what levers are available. So, thank you.
Unfortunately, we're a tax-based and a fee-based, service, and I always say, like I said, I don't come in and give these presentations and tell anybody, oh, you need to raise taxes. That's not my message either for any of the public that's on the call. It's just about education of what our system is and what is out there.
Makes sense.
Okay. Mr. Patterson.
Concur. Thank you for your for the presentation there. I'm kind of along the same lines as Matt, and just trying to understand just your experiences with other municipalities that have maybe taken to some of this list of menu options, and does it lead to higher administrative costs? Meaning, if you've got these, 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 different revenue streams, or and different, is there more administration for each and every one that you add?
No, well, I see Todd sitting there. No, he's just going to have to add another account category. And when you receive these special taxes and everything from your tax collector, they're all itemized out at that point. It's just a matter of charting them. As far as your Act 511 taxes, typically whoever collects your Act 511 taxes would collect those, and then they would just send you the payment. So it's just a matter of bookkeeping. It would add some work to the financial director, but not a whole lot that it would be significant.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Just in the pros and cons of weighing it. Okay, do you have just one general fund, or do you have 15 little items that could all just be one general fund number? Would you say that you find that with other municipalities, they go to these kind of line item things, or why do they go to a more line item special individual assessment for each? Why do they move to that direction versus kind of a singular
That's a
property or income?
very, very good question. Typically, and like I said, I'm just going to go back to say, I've done this presentation because more and more people are having to increase their taxes because of the cost increase of 20 to 30% in everything, whether it be personnel and or our services. But here's the thing. Typically, you see these people utilize these special taxes when they get to the top of their tax limits. So that because these can go over and above that, if you were a second-class township, it could go over and above the 14 mills legally because they're all assigned for special. But lately, you've been finding when people have to increase taxes, they're letting the public know they're doing it for a reason. They want to let the public know that they're doing it because of their fire companies. Or they want to let the public know that the recs and parks that they love is costing a lot of money. So it can be either way. But lately, I can tell you in my experience, I've been finding, because it's hard to raise taxes, that people are doing it to show, we want to keep this is what we have to do.
Excellent. No, it's very helpful. I'm just thinking back to last year when we raised our property transfer tax and real estate transfer tax and property taxes. And we did that last year. I think the rationale the rationale was that we had increases in fire and police cost, and want to make sure we were funding that readiness, but we didn't have to do it that way. We actually could have done the one that you mentioned earlier in your opening salvo there about EMS or fire and EMS
Right.
specific tax, we could have done that. Got it. Okay.
Then the public
All right.
understands what they're paying more money for.
Yeah.
It's all about transparency. You let them know what it costs you. This is why you're, doing it with the increase of everything else. And like I said, I'll go back to that first screen. And no one said, you've never heard anyone say, I love to pay my taxes. But it's a necessary evil.
Awesome. Well, that's all for my questions, Mr. Chair. I do want to, at some point later, kind of talk through the pros and cons of the individual line items, just at least from our individual staff perspective. But that's all I have for this agenda item. Over.
All right. Any other questions or feedback from the board? Yes, Mr. Heller.
Actually, if I may, maybe there's some action to come of this, or we postpone this conversation to maybe take an action of taking that list that was developed, for example, any of these options, and then mapping them to the strategic plan and what folks, our residents, value in the township. Because that to me is the next step, is saying we have, through our strategic documents, we know what's important to people. We know public safety. We know fire. We know these things are a high priority. Can we rank and list these as compared to that? And who could take that first step to maybe do that mapping? But to me, that's the next step. Is that something we can discuss tonight, or go ahead and create an action item for it, or a motion?
Let me check with Mr. Patterson.
Thank you. You got the Matt. You brought up a question that I had that I didn't write down about when dedicating these funds. And this question's for you, Ms. Kunkel. When dedicating these funds, I assume that the law is very clear of how to spend those funds. So if you have a truck, the one Matt chose, the truck maintenance or the new truck fund, the funds go only to the new truck, or is it only the new truck and the administration of the fund and the administration of picking out a new truck? Like, is there staff time built into all of these different line items?
No, it's just, it has to be, they're very specific.
Okay, so the law is very specific about what is used. Okay, so therein lies the, going this route. Should one go this route, then there's still some, you have to fund the people that are going to do these individual line items, from those are general fund.
Yeah.
Okay, very helpful. And to your point, Matt, I definitely think that there's a, at least from this agenda item, it's the report. So nothing really I wouldn't recommend a motion now. We just, as we're doing the budget, we hit it pretty hard in the revenue side of the discussion.
Right.
Over.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's good. Thanks.
just something to put a pin in, and depending on how thorough or in depth you want to go, there might be some parts of that may be better suited for a later time. So
Nothing else, folks know where my mind is, so thank you.
yeah, great feedback. Anyone else? If not, I would thank Ms. Kunkel for her time and her report.
Thank you. Sorry for the voice.
No worries, and get better soon.
Yeah, have a great evening. Thank you.
You too. All right, no unfinished business, so that will bring us to new business. If nobody wants to pull the special event application, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
This is Patty. So moved. Patty, I'll second.
All right, motion by Ms. Strickland, second by Ms. Stevens. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. All right. Next up, we will have a public hearing on a resolution in Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, approving memorandums of understanding with Patton Township for snow removal services in specified areas within Ferguson Township. And I will recognize the manager.
Thank you, Chair. Provided with the agenda is a pretty detailed narrative. The Public Works, maintains the 100 miles of public roadway requiring routine snow and ice control during winter events. And in preparation for the upcoming winter season and in light of ongoing negotiations, we recognize that there could be some potential challenges, and in preparation for any of those potential challenges, the township has collaborated with the neighboring municipalities to develop a contingency plan ensuring that uninterrupted roadway services would be okay. So through these discussions, the township managers and directors of public works and both the municipalities identified boundary roads adjoining segments where reciprocal assistance would enhance operational efficiency and public safety, and provided with the agenda are color-coded maps. Particularly the agenda item for the board's consideration is to adopt a resolution, which also provided with the agenda is a memo to the board that details what this arrangement would look like. The resolution, as well as a memorandum of understanding, has been attached to the agenda, reviewed by the solicitor and also reviewed by Patton Township Manager Amy Farkas, who has also joined us virtually and can answer any questions. This MOU that would be, if approved, it would allow for not just if we had any potential challenges with work stoppage, but also with Patton Township. So we would already we'd be working on also developing how the township would be able to provide assistance for them in the event that they needed it. Happy to answer any questions. The details are provided within the agenda. Also included, like I mentioned, a memo, a resolution, as well as an MOU.
All right. Thank you, Centrise. This is a public hearing, so we will take public comment. Being that there are none in the room, we'll go straight to online. If anyone wanted to raise their digital hand or unmute and wait to be called on by the chair. Seeing no public comment, I will close the public hearing and we'll take any board questions for the manager. If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
This is Lisa. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors approve the memorandum of understanding with Patton Township for mutual snow and ice removal services and adopt the accompanying resolution authorizing execution of the agreement by the chair and township manager.
And do we have a second?
This is Patty, I'll second.
Okay. Any board discussion? Seeing none, we got a motion by Ms. Strickland. It was seconded by Ms. Stevens. I will recognize the township manager to call the roll. 1 second, I had a late hand there from Mr. Patterson.
I apologize, sir. These buttons are taking forever to hit. I just want to say that great planning here from staff to make sure we are ready. So appreciate the consistent attention to being ready. Over.
All right. Then would the township manager call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. This is a roll call vote for adoption of the resolution. Chair Thompson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Patterson?
Yes.
Supervisor Stevens?
Yes.
Supervisor Heller?
Yes, and thank you.
You're welcome. Supervisor Strickland?
Yes.
Chair, the resolution passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. All right, and tonight we will continue the discussion of the 2026 operating budget, and I will recognize the township manager.
Well, thank you, Chair. So this evening we have the flagged items and happy to go through them to determine where the board would like to take action for any changes to the proposed allocation of funds. And happy to start. I know James Progar will be joining us a little later this evening, but most of the information I believe was provided at our former meeting and also provided with written communications and the flagged item for police. Lieutenant Lewis is here to answer any questions.
Okay.
And Finance Director will also be available to answer questions.
I did notice, and I apologize for recognizing this after Tuesday night, but the list of flagged items with responses, which is wonderful. There were certain items there, though, that I had flagged related to the capital purchases, and I wasn't sure if those would be responded to tonight or if those were captured. I flagged everything related to like the flooring, replacing the water, well, a whole bunch, everything that was in there up to the Wellness Fitness Fund under the Public Works building assets.
Okay, and yes, of course, we can go through those items.
That's, what I was just wondering, is because I didn't see them on the list, but I wanted to make sure, thank you, they're still going to be addressed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, Jenna and staff have been very thorough in keeping that. And I will acknowledge the turnaround of a lot of that was very tight, but our staff was literally second to none on getting through a lot of those, including even some of the public comment that was received on Tuesday, which is included in the agenda packet. So definitely appreciate the diligence on that. Lisa, did you have something you wanted to dig into, or?
I was asking if we were gonna look at, I was asking where the fire tax was listed in here. If we were gonna look at that and the millage rates and stuff from our.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're gonna look at that, you know, it's just all in, you know, what order the board wanted to.
Yeah, so
Go
it
at.
doesn't, yeah, whatever order, doesn't matter
So.
to me.
Yep.
And I will yield the floor to our finance director. I did provide and submitted by email to the board a memo outlining responses to the public comment that we received, and we will include that in the minutes for this meeting as well as in our next agenda where we discuss the next budget. But I did want to get those responses to you and inform the board that the update to the web version as well as the PDF has been modified, and we appreciate the public comment that we received. And Mr. Grady is prepared to talk a little bit about the observations as it relates to the change from the ending fund balance into the next fiscal year for the projections at the beginning of the fund balance. And so I'll pause there and just yield the floor to Mr. Grady, who can talk through some of the changes that were made and some of the feedback that was really valued, and inform maybe some slight changes or maybe why we haven't made changes based on the feedback that was received. So maybe we start there, go through the flagged items, and then if the board would like to talk about revenue, we're happy to do that as well.
Sounds like a plan.
Mr. Grady, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate the feedback and having people look at things because it makes us all better, right? So I did review the items, and particularly beginning with the fund balances, I had to learn a little bit how the software worked, but I went back to 2024 and updated the fund balances based on the audit, because our fund balances for 2025 and 26 are projected, right? So we start with actuals and continue on.
Right.
So currently now, the fund balances, I show you here the general fund, they all match my thing is. So 11 million, this is the discrepancy before. We're gonna end 2025 at 11 million and start 2026 at 11 million. So those all match for all the funds. And I enter those fund balances in, and I inadvertently said that it was the last ending balances for 2025, so I entered them in, but it really makes it the starting balance for 2026. So it's the way the software works. I got it corrected. The only thing I actually changed in that part, the rest was changing some projections to make it work properly. The Parks Fund had a negative balance in it, and so I inadvertently forgot to do an interfund transfer
So I increased that from the 25,000 to the 350,000, mainly for Cecil Urban, the other half of that grant. We got grant funding for 553,000, so to cover some of that. And so now it has a positive balance of, ending balance of $27,000. Liquid fuels was adjusted slightly because the projection, one of our paving projects had a reduction or change order that reduced it by 114,000. So the only the only thing I changed as far as expenses was just an interfund transfer. So it doesn't really change. And obviously, when we come back to the draft budget, the transmittal letter will be slightly different because the expenses went up and the revenues went up. So it's just to make everything balance. So that's primarily the fund balances. Does anybody have any questions on that, or can I explain better? Okay, I'll go on. There was questions about the bond fund, and I looked back into history, and at least back to 2020, we've always kept 1 year of principal and payments in the next year. So the ending fund balance is projected to be $449,000. So that will cover the payment plus the interest for the next year. It's already in the account. The fund balance amount is in the same type of account as, and earns the same interest as the unassigned general fund balance. So we're not losing any interest. It's just a different pot of money, but it's all in the same rate. So I don't see any need to move that around. I talked about the park improvement fund, the Tudig Park. In the memo, there was an adjustment for the audit, so that reduced the fund balance. The real estate fire and hydrant fund is under revenue sources. In the first line on taxes, it shows 2025 projected at $12.5 million, and 2026 at $14.129 million. Now that's all rolled up. If we roll down in the same page, the same part, right down here, revenues by object, it shows the real estate fire tax right here at $616,000. So the detail is down below. The top is the summary. In the fire hydrant fund, there was questions about that. There's going to be about $60,000 left at the end of the year if we don't have any assessment for 2026. However, we do need to keep a fund balance in there because we'll have to pay the first quarter, which is $31,000, because the money doesn't come in till April and May. So the first quarter will be due. So a refund would not be wise. In earned income projections, when I calculated the revenue for this, I took what we earned, divided it by the number of months we got, and prorated it out for the year. And I came up to $8.8 billion and some change. I ran it today with better data because we're 10 months in, and I came up with $8.5 million. So there's no, it's a tough thing to estimate. I do have records that as the manager said in their memo, it's about 2% annually, but there's some large fluctuations, like 13% to negative amounts. So I'd rather have a conservative estimate than try to say, well, how come we're $1 million short? Well, in the transfers for the TIF fund, we have transfers, the resolution to transfer money in there, a percentage of the earned income tax, and the real estate transfer tax, and the real estate taxes. All those percentages are still going in each month. But then we had the resolution to not have more than $2 million in there as a max. So the 1.1 million is to move it back. And I do that at the beginning of the year 2025 or 2026. And so that's just an estimate, and I may relook at that again depending on for the draft budget, because I think I'm a little bit understated. And everything has been corrected in the web version, and also we updated the PDF. And the new PDF also has the manager's transmittal letter in it, and that explains more items. So if somebody wants to go back and revisit that, that'd be a good thing.
Thank you, Todd. Yes, and I apologize. We released the budget to the board, I think, on a Thursday. We were at a conference, and then I wrote the memo, I think, Thursday evening, and then sent it, or maybe it was Friday evening, and sent it to the board Monday evening. And so the release of the initial release of the budget did not include the transmittal letter, which had a breakdown of a lot of different specific informational breakdown of the information. But thank you, Todd, for presenting, a review of all those items. We worked pretty closely together too. Of course, Todd made the corrections, and I developed the memo, and he wanted to present to you this evening. But we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Heller.
My only question is, and I'm spending some time here with the interoffice memo, which I think answers the Mr. Kunkel's comments, and since his comments were entered into the public record, will this also be entered into the public record?
Absolutely. We'll enter it in two different ways. We'll enter it in as an addendum to the minutes for this board meeting. We'll also enter it into the next discussion for the budget.
Thank you. This is the type of response I think folks want in local government. Citizen comes in, citizen outlines, took time to spend, their own private time to figure out and look at different things. Comes in, they hope to be heard, they hope to be responded to. And to do it in a public way and to do it so thoroughly as it's done in the memo, thank you. That's very important, and I really appreciate that from all staff. So.
Of course, thank you. And we did extend an invitation to Mr. Kunkel while he was here, and our intent is to follow up with him. It may not be till early next week. An invitation to review the comments, a separate communication goes to him, but very similar as to what you received, and an invitation to come meet with Todd and I if you would like to further review and provide insight.
Well done. Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
Of course.
Any questions? Mr. Patterson.
One question, and perhaps a follow-up statement, but the question is, I guess, Madam Manager, and as you guys were kind of making these adjustments based on this feedback, was there anything else that you found in addition to these other small cleanups? Just curious.
I did not see anything. And to be fair, we really focused on those individual comments and comments that we've heard from the board as part of discussions.
Yeah.
Okay. What prompted that is, I generally work in spreadsheets a lot, and then, there's a formula that's a little off, and then as you're, the downstream formulas might have a little thing to adjust. So that's what has prompted that. And curious if you saw anything else, any other parts of the budget that may need to be adjusted. So, okay. Then the other statement I have, and I think Todd had mentioned, kind of taking a conservative approach to the projections, and I really appreciate that. We're in super uncertain times, so thanks for that, Madam Manager. Over.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay.
There's nothing further. I say we'll get into those flagged items and, you know, continue through.
I thought we were gonna adjourn.
We're still thinking.
Don't worry, I got my coffee.
I got a little over a half gallon of cold brew out in the out in the lobby fridge for you.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. And of course, if there's an item that any board member recalls that is not mentioned, I trust that you will help remind us where we need to redirect ourselves, and we would happily receive that. Thank you. So we'll get started in general government, subscriptions, and memberships. And I believe that was flagged by Mr. Patterson.
Yep.
So I guess I'll just to my fellow board colleagues, in the, you heard Ms. Kunkel say that, PML is working on some legislative initiatives in my own independent, fact-finding of how to get things moving, and helping the township advance some items. It appears that PFAT has a very strong lobby, and it would be in our interest to add membership there as well. And I don't think we need to do anything kind of, major number, but if we can just do a membership for now and then grow from there, I'd like to add that. Over.
Is there a particular allocation that you would like to propose for this allocation of funds?
Do we know the cost?
I do not.
So I know we have been members in the past, I think, and dropped it. I think, is that right?
That sounds about right.
I'm not sure. We generally, the way it was explained to me, is that we hadn't been members just because we're a home rule charter and they primarily respond to township, like second class township. And those ordinances don't always apply to home rule. Well, they generally don't apply to home rule charter. So to my knowledge, the way that it had been explained to me, which could have been inaccurately remembered or inaccurately shared, is that we hadn't been members. But we certainly can take a funding allocation from the board and add that in, maybe not to exceed a certain threshold, or we'll take a blank check and fill in the blanks after we do some research.
Well, PML is 2,400, right? Is that?
For membership, it appears, 2,433.
Is there something we can drop in that place?
Don't know if this is correct, but it looks like $1,000.
But
Yes, Mr. Heller.
yeah, no, if I understood, Madam Manager, that we could just say to be filled in at a later point, and then we can reject it at that point if it's too much, right? Or that's how I would understand it. No.
We can certainly do that, fill in the blanks at a later time if there's consensus by the board to add it in. Absolutely.
Oh, and then see how much it is.
And then go, oh, okay, do we want it, 6, 7? Oh, gosh.
Sounds
my
like an
gosh.
allocation too.
Just did 6, 7 publicly.
It sounds like
Did
what?
you just say that?
I did, sorry.
Sorry, what did you say?
Well, it sounds like we would need an allocation. I would just propose maybe sending two of us to their conference this year, which I roughly calculated out between attendance and lodging, maybe around, I think it was like $3,000, maybe it was less than that. Cause it was like $250 to attend, and then thinking about a couple $100 more for lodging.
That's a lot. I mean, maybe fine, because we can still access their trainings. That's why we haven't joined.
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
So, and we can talk to them at the PML conference because their representatives are there. So I would not be in favor of an allocation for that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe see what it costs to join. I don't know. I'm trying to reduce here. So,
Understandable.
Apologies. Who was the PSAT person at PML?
I was going to say, you're not getting this confused with the PA State Association of Township Commissioners.
no, well, that was the Center County Association. That one, we could drop that.
Right
and add
there,
this.
yeah.
I'm gonna need an acronym list.
Yeah, it doesn't. I guess we just wait and see how much it is, and the manager will come back and say.
Okay.
Let me just-
Okay. We'll go ahead and add in an allocation for membership only. That's what I'm hearing from the board. Yes, Jeremy? Matt? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, our next item would be the CATA Transit. There was an inquiry and related to the municipal contributions by Mr. Patterson.
Yep.
What is that? Is that under COG?
6.2.
Oh, 6.2.
Yep.
Transit is under 6.15.
Yeah, 6.15.
Oh, thank you. Yes, yes, I was looking at the one below it. Thank you, Todd. And I'm not sure if there was a specific question from Mr. Patterson regarding the municipal contribution. As an authority member, the township pays a local cash match equal to about 15% of the CATA's allocation, operating allocation.
Correct. And from the last, or I think it was last week's meeting, the question was, is our share still the same? Or what was the reason for the increase? Is it just only the share, or was there some other reason? I think the plan was to work with the new ED on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the townships and the borough, it was explained to us earlier this year in a manager's meeting with the executive director that as municipal authority members, we have not been paying the 15% that's required by state law. And as a result of that, as part of the legislation, when an agency is paying below that 15%, they have to pay an increase of 5% each year until they arrive at the 15%, 15% of the operating cost. And so that's why we're seeing an increase that we haven't seen in the past, because we were paying less than the required 15%. And we have a presentation from our CATA rep, and the CEO will be in attendance at our next meeting, and I'm sure they'll be happy to answer some questions too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Right.
And the allocation remains the same. Moving into chapter 6.2, printed newsletter, flagged by Mr. Heller.
Yes, thank you. And again, this was just to confirm that the folks that are receiving it, that it's only going to homes or locations within the township. But I understood from our conversation the other night that, what is it, place of residence or help? Who's it being sent to?
The owner.
It's the owner.
The owner.
Okay. That would explain it. So, nope, nothing to be flagged. We can move on. Thank you. Again, I do receive good feedback from folks, especially in the West End, about how much they appreciate the newsletter. So, always an endorsement.
All right.
Moving into section 6.5, the CDI laserfish licenses, flagged by Mr. Heller.
Yep.
Yes, it just seemed as though, I forget the exact number, was it 30 or 31 that we were getting, that seemed like a high amount of use. And I was just wondering could we reduce that down to only a subset of that, or maybe have one or two power users and everybody else just receives what they use or what's output from there?
So our licenses are set up for those that interact with depository, like document depository. So Laserfish is used for all of our document deposit, like that's where we store our digital files. And so I think after, there's some areas that we can assess in the 2026 fiscal year based on our approach to a hybrid public works engineering division in terms of maybe not filling all of those positions. So particularly the two that we removed from the budget this year, the engineering technician position, as well as the assistant township engineer. Those are two positions that are not currently in the proposed budget. And assuming those two positions are removed, we certainly would be able to reduce those licenses by 2. And we would continue to be able to assess based on positions that aren't filled what licenses we could remove. But I would say those that interact, particularly, say, for example, planning and zoning, they're constantly looking into extracting files as developers are inquiring about land development plans that maybe have been submitted and have been approved. Their phasing schedules are approved annually and they've been inactive, but on the books for the last 5 years. Anyone who needs to review that land development plan would need a Laserfish license to be able to go in and extract. So that would be just about, myself, the assistant manager, anyone in planning and zoning. I believe finance and tax also interact with Laserfish. A lot of the, documents that we are transitioning from a hard copy and trying to file and use digital copies only where permitted by the Pennsylvania Historical Commission. That's the depository for those documents. So those licenses, I would say, I'll share with you, last year, the assistant manager, myself, and the IT administrator, we did a thorough review of licenses for emails, for Laserfish, and I believe Esri. And we removed what were not being utilized and kept what are being utilized for purposes of operations.
Thank you for that. And again, the 31 seemed high, but when I hear the explanation and understanding of planning and zoning and finance and people that need access to that, then I go, okay, that's 5 people, 10 people. Oh no, that's 20 people. Like that number just gets closer to that 31 in my mind. So that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we good to move on from that? Are there any other comments or questions? Okay. Moving into 6.5, flagged by Omari Patterson. Comment, other licenses utilizing AI allocation for additional licenses.
Yes. I think there's an opportunity here to kind of move down the path of more efficient services. Tasks that are repetitive, kind of getting them into more of a agentic space, such that they're done while kind of the heavy lifting, heavy thinking continues to be done by staff. So I do believe that perhaps there's, to the extent there's some wiggle room, I'd like to have kind of a couple $1,000s put in here for staff to get some full licenses of a product.
Okay. And what would be a proposed allocation the board would like to add into the budget for this?
Mr. Haller?
I'm sorry, which particular line item is this?
Doesn't exist, just like
Okay. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. I would actually not be in support of that, only because there's so many tools out here that are listed here, and I think even about antivirus, web filtering, Microsoft 365. Each of these is investigating AI and using AI differently, even the agentic AI that, of course, is emerging in these areas. So to allocate money to something that's specifically AI or agentic AI related, when these software tools are already going to be doing this, I just, unless I'm misunderstanding the intent, I would not be in favor of it, knowing that these software tools would be doing that anyway.
Which ones?
I was just looking here, like 365 or the firewall antivirus, web filtering. I think any of these, even as we saw in COG, HR, right? They're going to be using a new system that, by the way, has AI capabilities, and they're being allocated, they're being brought in. AI to me is going to be pervasive across all these softwares and applied however is appropriate for those softwares. So I just don't, maybe I'm missing the need for an additional fund for AI or agentic AI usage.
I am trying to restrict myself from day to day by talking about day to day usage.
Yes, I know, me too.
So it makes it very hard to have this discussion. So yeah, if you guys don't want it, that's okay.
Well, that was just
I will, let me just say it like this. I think everybody, there are things that can be done. And maybe it is something in 365. I don't know that it exists, Matt. So that's why I was asking which software specifically. I'm just not aware, but in my personal life, when I have when I'm doing one of my things, I'll say, hey, I need a letter to do A, B, and C addressed to this person that does this. It pops out the letter, I copy it, I paste it, I put it in Word, and then I do a read, change a couple of words, and then pop that letter off. And you would be surprised the amount of time that it takes for perhaps one to generate different letters that are sent from the township. That could be at least the start of those different documents, coming from an AI source. I don't know, I'm making up an example, but if someone were to say, hey, generate an email for this person, they just submitted their zoning application, and maybe this exists already, but here's their name, address, certain information, put it into that form template. It pops in the form template, spits it back out, email's drafted. And those types of things, I have I think it's like $20 a month subscription for the pro license. So we're not talking about a lot of money here to save lots of hours on work. So that's my.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think, when I look at Microsoft, I know they've got their AI tools and other things that'll do that. And I think GCCH does it as well in that space. And I'm sorry, I thought I also heard you say agentic. So when I think about agentic, I'm like, oh, look, here's ClearGov. And I think, well, agentic meaning, Todd is awesome, but all of a sudden now ClearGov starts being Todd and, replicating everything that Todd does. That's the agentic side of it. And I think it's going to be tool specific in these things. Not like I'm looking to, of course, replace Todd. I'm just making the statement that that's how agentic means. It means it's making decisions as though you were something else. But again, it's just because we have ClearGov up. But yeah, I just think each of these softwares are going to explore AI and agentic AI, generative AI differently. And I know Microsoft itself already gives me the suggestions like how not to make yourself sound like an idiot in this email. Do you want to see that? Yes, please. And then it shows me, oh, that sounds better that way. Just my 2 cents and some humor.
Yeah.
I think I'd be in favor of not adding anything in anymore. I swear.
Yeah, I would be in favor of not adding anything in. I'm definitely a supporter of trying to use or maximize what we already have. It's also been advised, at least in some conferences that I've been into, not to go too far, like even buy like long-term subscriptions with certain AI programs, because you could turn around in a couple months and be like, I don't like this, and this one's now better or so, because it's just constantly evolving. So yes, Mr. Heller.
One more, I'll paint the picture here. AI is most effective when we share how we're using it. So if there are good things, and I want to encourage staff and everyone that might be listening to this, if you're finding good uses for it that are valuable for you, and caveat, it's legal, right, for whatever job you're doing, share it with other people that are doing that job. Say, hey, I found this great little tool, this new way of doing something. And then we can go ahead and reap some of the benefits of the efficiencies.
Right.
Public service announcement, if nothing else.
Yeah. And another thought of mine is, and I've discussed with the manager, at least depending on where the township goes with AI, we're going to want to have policies and procedures of how it's going to be utilized and what that looks like, and rather not get too invested until we have a good structure in place for that. And last comment on anything IT, I think with some of these subscriptions, it doesn't hurt to continue to look around as we near the end of certain contracts. If there is another provider, if it makes sense, let's explore it. So, yep.
Okay. Well, thank you. And so just a few comments. I'll say the Microsoft 365 Copilot, which is what all of our leadership team members have, and a few other middle management. It is definitely a great AI generated resource. It helps improve some productivity and helps us more promptly organize and do our tasks. And so it's an exploratory way for some of the new, I would say our leadership team has some early adopters, one to the left of me here, who is always sharing with our team the different tools. And then I would say that the more late adopters, who are a little less maybe comfortable with exploring, still exist. And so we're kind of just, I would say this year, maybe just even 2 or 3 months ago, Lieutenant Lewis actually made a comment at a leadership team meeting, and you could see in the room about half were already exploring with the AI tools and half were not. And so we, one thing I'm trying to do is move us along, but not make what I'll refer to late adopters just on that bell curve of technology feel like they can't keep up, but also empowering more conversations like Lieutenant Lewis brings and saying, like, here's an AI generated tool, and most of which Lieutenant Lewis discusses, I'm, smiling as if I know exactly what he's referring to, and then later looking it up and then finding myself absolutely, echoing much of what Supervisor Patterson and everyone has shared. I think these tools are helpful, but to your point, Chair, the policies are going to be very instrumental to help guide and inform how AI should be used, recognizing that we're an employer. And so if somebody uses it the wrong way, what does that look like? How do we, what policy, information should we include? How do we police it? Do we police it? How does this interact with right to know law? There's still quite a few questions. Right. And so interactions with council will also be pretty important as we develop those policies. But I appreciate all of the feedback. And of course, we'll take a blank check anytime the board wants to give it to us. Whether or not we were able to cash that in, I'm not sure, but we'll take it. But I appreciate the dialogue and all of the feedback this evening on this item.
All right.
All right, should we move forward then? Is there
Looks
consensus?
like Public Works is next.
Yes.
So.
Well, I do believe that James provided some responses to a lot of the inquiries, but we can, if you're okay with it, Chair, we can continue to move forward, and perhaps between Todd and I, we can answer any additional questions and move through with board consensus on what we would like to do. So with section 6.9, the radio maintenance, flagged by Mr. Heller.
That I don't have an issue with that anymore after the explanation the other night. And again, for those that may not have seen that, that is related because it is related to the emergency management, 911, and safety. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions regarding the radio maintenance flagged item?
Nope.
Okay. Moving forward to section 6.9, equipment rentals, flagged by Mr. Heller.
Yes, nothing more than a statement. In the response, it did note that we use local vendors. I would love to maybe see us be proactive and again just using first right of refusal, depending on cost, Ferguson Township vendors. So looking first within the township, knowing that we have new rental places available to us. We just, a couple months ago, enabled the new rental equipment in Pine Grove Mills. So I would hope that we're talking to folks within the township before we go outside of the township. That's all.
Thank you, absolutely.
I'm supportive of the idea, but I also understand that is going to be in your purview.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's great feedback, and I believe we do that. I do believe that we check with our local vendors first, but we do have a wonderful finance director who will always assure that we have a list of all the other options where we can get it for maybe more cost-effective price, but we do take into consideration, like if it's a $5, savings, but then we have to pay shipping, or even just assessing what that, carbon footprint looks like, it very well may be more appropriate to do local. But sometimes we are left with, utilizing purchases outside of our local resources, but we do prioritize that. And I believe, and I'll look to Todd to really confirm, but I believe that's the approach for every department.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Again, it was just the confirmation of focusing on the township and keeping the money in here. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And then we have the Public Works 3-19 2010 International Truck, flagged by Mr. Heller. I think the comment I have is push this to a later date due to budget concerns, perhaps, for further discussion.
Yes, and I would definitely look at pushing this to, as stated, a later date. It sounds like it does have some rust issues. It sounds like it's got some engine problems, or might have some, but I am still curious from the other night of what the impact is if this truck goes away, if all of a sudden it just dies tomorrow. And it's a severe, let's say it's just taken out of commission for the winter season. What does that do to us? And that's an extreme, but I want to start there and maybe work back from that.
Our services will be delayed.
Plowing the roads and everything. Okay.
In a scenario where that vehicle is out of commission, and it wouldn't just sit. If it's what would likely happen is we would have to either try to call a special meeting, but with the challenges that we have with getting special meetings for an emergency special meeting, given the number of days in the week that the CDT prints the actual legal ads, it would likely just fall within the same time frame until the next Board of Supervisors regular meeting, where we would need to request for a budget amendment, most likely for any replacement or purchase. But then even if the board were to allocate those funds, by the time we place the order and it arrives and it gets outfitted, we're looking at probably
a year.
Yeah, I was going to say the next season. So there would be no, without getting ahead of having allocated funds budgeted to place the order by January, have it arrive, and then have it outfitted, we're looking at Q2, most likely actually Q3 until it arrives.
Okay. So what I would maybe offer here is this goes hand in hand with what we saw just now in the memo of understanding related to Patton Township. So we have a potential backup plan should something impact our ability to clear snow. Is that a safe statement?
Absolutely. So I would say yes, those conversations were held in scenarios where they would be temporary, and also held around the current circumstances as it relates to negotiations with the Teamsters, and also with the hopeful belief that we would be moving forward with those negotiations that would hopefully avoid needing to actually put in activation the shared MOU, but nonetheless, that MOU would be in place for emergencies. So I would acknowledge that the MOU with Patton goes in front of the Patton board, I believe, next week. And so that Patton Township manager and I would be able to execute those agreements by end of next week, assuming all, it's passed on their end and executed. And we would be able to utilize that if our trucks broke down. I would say we probably don't want to lean into that agreement as a result of, always relying on it regularly. I guess I'm trying to characterize it. Yes, we would have the agreement available to exercise as needed. I would also just be mindful that we probably want to just carefully exercise and activate that MOU.
So if I could maybe just share again some context, because I think that's important, because that mitigates some of the risk should the truck go down in my mind. But I'm also looking at, so I'm going to say, again, share where my thoughts are. This truck is a big purchase. We also have a lot of money in the capital side of the house for the public works buildings and assets. And I'm hoping that maybe we can reduce some of those or eliminate or push some of those off. And if we are doing that, then I would have less of an issue with buying this truck. If we can use some of the cost savings or identify cost savings in the buildings and assets, and even with the purchased vehicle for the police, etc. So I'm lumping all these things together in my mind. That's how I'm looking at it. And to change one means that it changes my opinion or thoughts on another. So at this point, I would still be in favor of pushing the truck off one more year, unless when we get to the capital equipment purchases, we make some really good reductions there that then offsets some of the cost of the truck. That's where my mind is right now.
I'm sort of opposite of that.
Okay.
I'm in favor of buying this truck, and it has everything to do with the uncertainty that is still to come. And what residents, I think, want is the certainty of local government being responsive. And so I'm in favor if this staff has decided that this is something they need, and it's the memorandum of understanding with Patton is a safety net. Anyway,
I see that.
Okay. I was just checking. Mr. Patterson.
Well, I'm right in the middle of these two, actually, because I agree with both. I agree with both in so far as we need to be, local government is going to be the answer, is, the most impactful to folks' everyday lives. And with the uncertainty, we need to just make sure we are the most certain. And also, the funding strategy for these things, I think, needs a review. Whether it's, and I'm not sure it's push it off, but it could be, hey, we're going to go and get a bond at X percent. And so rather than a lot of money out of pocket on a day, it is annual payments. We're not drawing down massively from the reserves, and we stay healthy in that way, kind of taking another approach. So I know that there's our job. So again, our job is budget. What is the budget? What are the sources and uses? I'd like to see perhaps another source here. I think that's our role, to approve another source or recommend another source. And I'll pause there.
Yes, Mr. Heller?
Yeah, so again, I always appreciate good dialogue. I would be in favor of looking at bonds, other means of procuring the truck. And Ms. Stevens, to your point, I value that truck more than the other things that are in the administrative side of the house that nobody sees. Nobody, and as long as they're not a safety concern, like a roof that's going to fall on somebody, I really think those could be pushed out as opposed to this truck. So I would be more in favor of the truck as compared to these other purchases, especially if there are opportunities for bond, as Mr. Patterson is stating or identifying, and exploring that. Again, offering full context. Lisa's like, no, none of it.
No, I think I'm interested in what we could look at on, I guess within Public Works Building and Assets is the suggestion. Because I think we should purchase the truck, and I'm not really interested in a bond issuance, especially when we still have outstanding bond payments on at almost $500,000 on the Public Works Building. So while that's carrying on, I'd rather look at some things on the other,
Okay.
Madam Manager, I'm good with moving forward with the trucks, so I believe Mr. Heller has been overruled.
Thank you for that update.
Yes.
Here's what I would like to say, though, in response to everything. I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the comments. I would say, the bonds are certainly something that, our finance and I have been talking about exploring just to understand best practices. So it's something I'd like to say maybe in the future we'll be able to even bring back as part of proposed budgets. I would also agree that, if Public Works folks, are bringing this to us, it's because they fully believe that it needs replaced. And so I appreciate the board's, focus and priority of allocating funds for that. And in terms of maybe looking and assessing other revenue strategies, what I believe we can do is go ahead and move this purchase over to liquid fuels. And so being able to recognize that we have built up over the years, we have a fund balance, and this was discussed, I believe yesterday, kind of a continued conversation over the last day and a half, just looking and anticipating some of your comments and questions, looking to see what alternative options. So unless if the board objects, it very well could be that we'll go ahead as part of when we bring the draft budget back for your review. This expense will be in liquid fuels fund, and then you'll see that free up the general fund expenditures. Any objection to that move? Okay.
No, that is exactly
Well, I was gonna say,
that is, there's a healthy fund balance
There is,
in liquid
absolutely.
fuels. It's, really restricted, and I had already had other things, what else can we put in here, along with maybe taking out some of the other things that aren't priority items if they're in there, just to spend it down if we have another way to spend it down. So
this would be a good way to be able to spend it down, and we have confirmed it would not be flagged by our liquid fuels audit that this would be an appropriate expenditure. So happy to bring that to you.
So I think that's great. I think I would just suggest too, if there were other things, because I am not looking back right at the moment at the other items aside from microsurfacing that were in liquid fuels, if there are other things that can wait. So I would be open to having staff look at that.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so that we're not spending either too much down or, but get that covered.
And I guess in response to, holding off on the truck, it really sounds like, based on what I'm hearing, and this was my experience growing up on the family farm when it came to equipment, it doesn't really sound like we have a surplus of trucks. We got what we need for what is done. So, when one of them breaks down, you're going to start feeling it.
Yes.
And you just hope two don't break down. Yes, Ms. Strickland.
There's one other comment. I know that in past iterations of the budget where you would see a vehicle, you would also see a coordinating sinking fund or committed fund to accumulating funds to pay for that replacement. And so it wasn't quite as big of a hit. And I know that COG has started doing that a little bit more. And I know we've had different questions and takes on committed funds or sinking funds, but just something to look into, because then it's not a $300,000 hit. It's, and it's in your capital improvement plan that and we did this most recently, I can think of, with the mobility projects, Northland and Pine Grove Mills, that we had these sinking funds where every year we were committing, maybe $250,000, so that when we got the grant, and in this case, when it's time to buy the truck, you've got those funds there.
True. These are significant enough reoccurring purchases. I know at one point the township would keep trucks for 30 years, but 15 right now kind of seems to be that, number that's even stretching it at this point. So, you
And this
can
is
at least plan ahead in small enough increments that when the time comes, doesn't seem as drastic. Yep.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments?
Call break at around 8.
Nope.
Yep, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna need a break.
So we have section 6.9 training items flagged by Chair Thompson and Mr. Patterson and Mr. Heller.
I didn't do it.
That's how.
You didn't do it? Okay.
Maybe there's just a run on here. I'm not sure.
So,
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
so this might have been my proposal about attending the PSATS conference. I'll defer to Mr. Patterson if he had anything to add. Was that a you don't, Mr. Patterson?
Is my bit of my audio this soft? Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing the share anymore. Is it still?
We are not
Okay.
sharing.
I can share it. I was doing some other things, and so
Oh, that's okay. I can get back to it. Not being in the room there, I can't quite hear all the.
can you see it now, sir?
Oh, this is in Public Works, so yeah, I actually don't even have anything then. And I was gonna say, if you don't have anything further to add, Omari, we can move on.
This is the count here.
Okay. We can move on to section 6.10, engineering design, flagged, I have here flagged by Mr. Heller.
Engineering design.
And I do believe it had James had provided a response to this particular inquiry in writing as well as in the last meeting. There was
Yes.
discussion.
Yes, that can be unflagged. No issue. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Can we go back to the other one? I do remember what I had there. There were some kind of engineer trainings there identified.
Oh, and 6.9.
Yeah, and so I was actually curious, were we gonna kind of rejigger those numbers given the new approach?
Yes, so those numbers have been updated to reflect, for example, I believe we removed the traffic signal conference because we would not be needing that for this year. That's just one example that comes to mind. And I would need to pull up the communication from James to explore what he responded to. So the training,
Right, so the third column is 2025 projected, and there, a lot of those were zeroed out. Okay, so I think I'm good.
okay, yep, and so it's on page 1 of the communication referred to as flagged item responses from James. And so he assumes that due to the timing of the budget and the separation of the township engineer, training items pertaining to that position and other public works positions, he's actually anticipating no change. It looks like to provide a holistic organizational proactive approach to training within the department. he's identified these, opportunities and also would like to have a time period for assessment. So before he makes any changes, significant changes. But his response is in that communication that was provided to the board. Any other comments?
So there's no change, or there were some things zeroed out?
Yeah, so it looks like he's acknowledging that there may have been some minor changes, but at this point in time, like changes just based on if it's an annual or biannual training, but nothing significant. He's kept the training budget as is. I just X'd out of it again. Do you have it? Todd, would you like to comment?
Sorry, thank you. Under the engineering part, section 408, 460 that's on the screen now, you'll see in the middle column, there's a bunch of training that was budgeted for 2025 that has been removed for 2026. So, example, the International Municipal Signal Association certificate for 1300 is not in 2026. The professional engineering continuing education for the stormwater engineer and the NASA training for the stormwater engineer.
Copy that. I guess this could have been in the meeting last week that I thought that the 24 numbers were 25. Did we zero any of this out between last week and this week?
No, there was no changes.
Okay. So that might have been my bad, and just the columns, except the columns at that time. Okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
Any other comments? And moving into section 6.10, or remaining in 6.10, we have the bike path mobility study flagged by, it appears, Chair Thompson, Mr. Patterson, and Mr. Heller.
I believe this is just Mr. Heller.
I have to find that. I'm sorry. Yes, and my only hang up with this one, so it's the bike path prelim design Northland mobility study, which is 408-314 for the 276,000. So it stands out. But my only question or concern, and maybe this is a narrative, that is that even though the title is bike path preliminary design Northland mobility study, the narrative says that and construction phases. So it just seems like that line item needs to maybe have a different title other than prelim design if it covers construction, that 276,000. Again, it just seems like there's the title isn't consistent with the description. So I don't have an issue with the money. I just have more of an issue on transparency about what that item is.
Yes, and so this is one of the projects it's one of 3 of the projects that we submitted for a grant. And so recognizing that we're budgeting for, I believe it's 15% of the construction cost for the design to be done by a consultant. And so the way that we have set up our formulas is that if the design had previously been assumed to be done in-house, you wouldn't see the 15% of anticipated construction cost. And I think that might be what's being confusing is actually maybe the transparency in the written narrative, because we're identifying that it's the design cost will be 15% of the construction cost, whereas in the past you wouldn't have seen that, because until the actual year would the engineers kind of assess their workload to determine if this was something that they could have the capacity to do in-house, or if they would then kind of lean into the funds, the contingency funds, to have it the design done external. And so it was always an option with money or funds put aside in an account where if we need these engineering services, we'll utilize them, and it would all be based on workload versus and capacity for the in-house engineers. Well, now we're fully anticipating, at least for Q1, Q2 of next year, we're going to, if we want to advance that project forward, we are going to want to have funds used. So 15% of the anticipated construction cost is what we're putting in the budget. But the other item to differentiate too is that this is one of 3 projects that actually was submitted for a grant, and we should hear probably by the end of November if we're eligible to receive that grant. So design for this item is nearing completion, and construction should hopefully begin in 2026, but I can understand its confusion. So this,
if I may,
two things waiting.
Yeah, to clarify, the 276,000 is only for design, no construction.
Well, that I'm not able to confirm. It could be that that's the total cost. I'll look to Todd to see if he has confirmation.
It is for design. If you read the end of the note,
Right.
towards the end, it says 2026 for preliminary design, 2028 final design permitting, pending funding. So that the grants come through. So 2029, so construction is 2030.
Yeah, so what I was getting confused on, and let me just walk through some of my maturations here, is when I read the opening and it says has design, right-of-way of utility and construction phases, it sounds like that is talking about the bike path preliminary design north and mobility study, this one line item. But what I understand now, and this is where somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, is that the way it should be read is this project includes the design, right-of-way, utility, and construction. That's everything. And by the way, this line item we're talking about is only the design portion of it, likely. That's what I was getting mixed up on, was the narrative seemed to say construction, but I think it's saying, here's everything that's about to happen in this project, but this line item is really just a small subset of that. And if that's correct, I have no issue with this. If that's correct.
Yeah, the good information in there, maybe a little bit of a more lengthier note that, it could get a little mixed up, but definitely, like, if there was just a note like this line item is for this now, and then,
or even a little side note, hey man, / dummy, this is just this portion of this. And I go, okay, cool. By the way, the Finance Committee at COG does that, so it's all right. Todd.
Mr. Patterson.
Okay, that makes sense.
Matt, I think by virtue of the fact that we've talked about this twice now, it is there's a small thing to be addressed, and that is not copying and pasting from somewhere else the same information and putting it in 4 places, perhaps. Because I understand that if with the left of this thing, it says it's in engineering design, and the short summary is bike path prelim design. But then there's that longer narrative on the far right that has a lot more words. So I agree with all that's been said. There's no issue here per se, but I think when someone else perhaps sees this again, we might have this conversation again. So it may be prudent to adjust some words so that we don't have this conversation again. Just a recommendation. Over.
I like that. Agreed.
I was gonna say not bad points, and if this is where we're at, even I could imagine even somebody from the public might be like, what?
No, thank you. I think we're always trying to strike that balance, so we appreciate the feedback. And in the past we've had lengthy narratives, we've had short narratives, we've had equations, we've had it all over. And so appreciate the feedback, and I'm sure staff will also appreciate that, and continue to strike the balance. Our aim to strike the balance.
And many thanks on the work. Like I personally do like details, so it does help.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so if we're good to move forward, we'll keep that allocation and move into Section 610, line item titled General, flagged by Mr. Patterson with comments, prior years funded by stormwater revenue, increased
yeah.
funding. So I think it was a general comment, or at least that's how our notes are recorded.
Mr. Patterson's got his hand up, but he doesn't have anything to say. Maybe he's giving us a high five.
You get fined for that.
He's muted down here.
Yeah, he's muted too.
Hand is up and the mute is on. Okay. Hand down, mute off. Hey. I talked about this could just be the
Mr. Patterson, I'm going to hold you right there. It sounds like your audio is cutting out to where you're rather faint and didn't quite get what you were saying there.
Oh, thank you very much. How about now?
Yep, that's clear.
Okay, great. I think I recall that we were looking at, there were a couple between the different years. Well, I mean, did anybody have I thought that we were chalking this up to the way the accounting was in 23 and then the improvements in latter years, but was there more to this?
The comments we have are just that prior years funded by stormwater revenue and increased funding. Maybe it was to discuss revenue strategy for the stormwater infrastructure maintenance and repairs. That's what my memory recalls, but I'm not sure where you were going to go with it.
And if I recall, you did also make a point that, of course, when the stormwater fee ended, that revenue source was no longer there for these items. That helps jog your memory, any?
What's the account
That-
of what we're talking about right now?
Where it was too.
Oh, we're still looking for the account ID for that.
I actually think it's so, I think this is a point in time maybe where James skipped ahead. And so stormwater infrastructure is 613.
Oh, yeah.
Todd. Go ahead, Todd.
I think when he mentioned this, I think at the top there was bar graphs that showed the stormwater fund was covering that primarily at that time, but we had a lot of expenses at the same time for Park Hills Drainage Way, so I think was the bulk of that capital cost. I think we were in a capital account. Let me see if I can find something.
Does that jog your memory? What page is that, Todd?
Well, let me just find each one of these. Rates, liquid fuels, general fund. I think it was
The brown that he had.
Yeah, I think, this is, I think we've hit it several times. There's no, we got rid of a source of funding last year. And so what is the plan? Because we still have an unfunded mandate.
Right.
That hasn't gone anywhere.
I think I found it, if I may, the engineering, I have it highlighted here, section 6.10. Clear at the bottom, it shows the expenditures by fund. So if you look at 2024, we spent $632,000 of stormwater money and $239,000 in 2023. And of course, it ended, so it's done in 2025. So, but the bulk of that engineering was for Park Hills Drainage Way and other. I think that's where we were going with that, or where.
Did you have anything, Mr. Howell?
My only statement is I just love this ClearGov software. The interactions that you can have with it and the hovering and the fact that it, highlights things and
Yeah.
obscures other things. Sorry, so no, nothing. Just moving some numbers around. Looking at some numbers, I should say.
Well, those praises really go to Todd. He spent so many
Right.
hours really
So cool.
leveraging and utilizing all the features.
So, do we have anything to bring back to staff on this, or was this just an inquiry?
There's nothing budgetary for staff to change to the extent we're prepared to make some other changes. So, I will preview the revenue discussion. I'm uncomfortable rating the reserves.
Right.
It's kicking the can down the road, but we need to kind of hit some things hard on the expense side, or have some revenue adjustments together. There we go. Or another source, i.e. take on debt.
Does this then conclude 610?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Madam Manager.
Okay.
Can I declare a recess now?
I think that is entirely up to you and your board
Yeah,
mates.
I'm gonna need a recess.
Okay.
And we are at the 2-hour mark, so try to keep it balanced, and then we can, looks like for this, we'll have buildings and assets and the urban forestry up next, so. We'll re-adjourn at 8:05.
Sounds good. Great.
All right, thank you. All right. I'll call our meeting back to order and recognize the township manager.
Thank you, Chair. And so our next item would be in section 6.611. And it looks like the solar power study flagged by Mr. Patterson. And, all right, and we have Mr. James Progar in the room now. And so he will be able to assist us with the continuation of Public Works review items. Yes, Mr.
If I may, and I think this is this is the part that was, that I wanted to review as well, that I had flagged all the way down to the wellness and fitness. So pretty much everything under the capital purchases.
Yes. Okay.
So I know Mr. Patterson had the $50,000 conversation, but then maybe just ask.
Just start from the beginning.
Oh, sure, and that works. So I flagged all of these items because, again, I look for what are those things that we do as a municipality that support and are directly visible to the residents. And these items, to me, unless they are related to safety, like the roof of the salt shed is about to fall off, somebody might get injured. Unless they're related to safety, I would like to see these all pushed out. I have just concerns in general about the overall budget, where we're going to be ending up. And I just want to look at these through that lens of, unless it's safety related, let's push it off. Now, the caveat to that is what Mr. Patterson flagged, and I won't speak for him, the solar power study, making that actually something actionable, where it's like, let's go ahead and put solar panels on. And I'm speaking for Mr. Patterson in a way, and I apologize. And if that's the case for what Mr. Patterson is offering, I would be okay with the $50,000, but I think everything else should be pushed off. Thank you.
And by everything else, you're talking about everything under the building maintenance fund,
It would be the
409, 760.
760. Well, that would be the $30,000. Essentially, everything from the capital equipment purchases.
Okay, yeah.
So the total of the 127, 650.
Oh, God, okay.
Yep, down to, but not including the wellness fitness fund.
Okay, thank you.
Minus the caveat, right, of the $50,000 being allocated to actually put solar on.
Right.
There are my thoughts.
So for clarification, are you referring to 409-250, like account 409-250?
Oh, 250 or
750.
750?
750, okay.
750.
Fund 30.
What?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
That-
Yes,
okay,
130,
thank you,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, so 750 through 760, with the exception of the solar power study, moving that to action on putting solar on.
Right. I guess I would also preface this too. Well, I understand, yeah, you're thinking about items that maybe general public doesn't see. I would also preface this with, want to be mindful, are there any items in here that would help those working for the township to do their job better, to provide better service to our residents? Like, I'm looking at the administration building interior light program. It may be easy for us to say, oh, let's push that back. But is there currently maybe some lighting issues that would greatly benefit if done sooner rather than later? Just using that as an example.
Yeah, that's a great question, and so I'll go ahead and get us started, as I know James is transitioning. So something to think about with the example that you initiated there with the lighting, and it's a really great topic to start in on. You know, as a lead facility, as Building 6 is a lead facility, there are special requirements that by resolution were adopted several years ago. And I don't have that resolution in front of me. I do realize it was brought to our attention maybe a year ago that there are certain requirements that, as the agency that owns the Building 6 lead facility, there are certain purchases and requirements that we're supposed to adhere to, and we have been moving in that direction. And so happy at the next discussion on budget, that whatever meeting that is, or even in the next meeting, include in our administration report a copy of the resolution, because I know that we have interest in wanting to integrate in, for example, there's special chemical, or actually non-chemical cleaning supplies that we're supposed to utilize. And so I don't know what, if any, enforcement looks like if we don't do it, but I know that there have been, for example, the lighting replacements, there's a progressive step to move toward having different types of features within our buildings replaced that align with the LEED concept. I'm not sure what that means, and if the board would like to revisit that resolution, I would say let's revisit that resolution. You certainly can remove the allocation of funds, and we just wouldn't replace those lights. We do have lights that flicker throughout the building that should probably be replaced, but do they need replaced with that particular type of bulb? That's in there as a result to previous or prior policy the board has approved as it aligns with, for example, the Building 6 LEED facility, as well as other aspirational charter changes that align with our environmental goals and with the strategic plan. So it's there as a result of, staff executing policy, but it's ultimately at the board's decision to withdraw those funds. But I would say if you do that, we should really critically think about maybe reassessing and reconsidering what some of those policy documents look like, because so we navigate, but until that, I would say that we're moving in that direction, and that's why you see those lights. And, like I said, we'll bring that resolution and the LEED facility concepts, like what our requirements are and what the consequences might look like if we don't. I don't know. I wasn't part of that process when we became a LEED facility.
We could also probably look at separating in there out admin and that, so you're and public works buildings, so you're kind of looking at those things. Admin
well, as an agency, if I recall, and I want to bring the resolution just for I don't want to suggest,
I understand.
but I vaguely recall, for example, because I know these were conversations with our custodians, because even though Building 6 is a LEED facility, as the agency that, it's part of, we're supposed to, and I think eventually even, for example, like buy recyclable, like all kitchenware, spoons, forks, so that policy and those decisions to be a LEED facility, I know do come with an expectation that we're moving in that direction. But again, before we would have an in-depth conversation, I'd much rather get the facts so we can have those conversations. But for tonight, I would say, the board's in a position to accept, reject, or modify. There are lights that need replaced. The question is, do we need to replace them with these, with this environmental approach? And we certainly can discuss that tonight and discuss the policy at a later time. James, do you have anything else that you'd like to add, or do you recall the details of that resolution? And I don't want to put you on the spot. If you don't, I think we should just email the board and then have a discussion.
No, I do know that over time, what has been able to be replaced in terms of light bulbs and light fixtures that can easily adapt. So, for instance, the size and I can't remember the specific name of it. There's a gauge reference for it, but the size of the bulbs, we've replaced. We've replaced where we can, where we are able to adapt to it, and I believe what's left are the actual fixtures for the ones that we couldn't adapt to those lights. That's what's in the program now. So,
We'll bring those policies back, and I think maybe we even have a separate discussion.
I would appreciate the policies. Thank you for identifying that some of these might be tied to that. And again, I'll just share my initial thoughts. It's been years now that we've had a LEED certified facility, and now I think it's time that we ask the question of, is it worth continuing the LEED certification now that we have a sense of cost and everything else associated with maintaining that? And that's for a future.
Is there a budget line item for LEED certification cost?
No, there's not.
Okay, just making sure.
So,
Matt, and thanks for confirming that, Madam Manager. There's kind of a one-time, I'm building a building, I'm gonna do all these things, I have this kind of plan for the building and how I'm gonna use the building. And then there is another certification one can get, kind of an operations and maintenance cert. And I don't believe we have that by virtue of the fact that there's nothing in the budget for it. And so, but I think, just going back to the policies as kind of mentioned, that there were some things put in place saying here was where we were going and what we were going to stop doing, which was kind of, using things that are using more energy, using more water, using more whatever, we want to use less. Totally get it. And so just short circuit all this. I am in favor with Matt of kind of getting lower. And if the answer is for a year that we spend $3,000 on the old bulbs to keep those lights going, and then doing the new program in a year or two, just to get through this uncertainty, then that it's just a thing we're gonna have to do.
so maybe it's $50,000 to put solar up and $3,000 for bulbs, and that's it.
Can we talk about the solar separately from the
Yeah.
building stuff?
Sure, I'm fine with that. Mr. Patterson,
So, well, I mean, let's just go down the line, right? There's the 750 stuff, and there's four items in there, and then there's 2 items in the 760, and it's accept, reject, modify.
So
That would be my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
So we saying no more flooring replacement for next year, no replacement of the doors. Where are we at on salt shed?
well, if we're doing line by line, I would say that the $13,000 for the floors, I'd like to reject that.
Any other rejections?
Sure, I'm fine with that.
Okay, it's rejected.
And is this something that the board is interested in considering in the future? So we can get a gauge to see in terms of having these replacements done in the CIP for next year?
Yeah,
Because that's in the CIP, right? So just the idea of moving it out to 27.
right.
Okay.
And I would concur. There's carpet to be replaced. We know there's certain parts that are more pleasant or not as pleasant than others. So, yeah, I would want to see it in future years.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I almost feel there was a backstory about the meeting room doors.
They're rejected? That's a good backstory.
But yeah, if it's rejected, I might as well not, belabor it.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, again, unless there's a safety issue.
I was thinking it had to do with safety.
No, I hope not.
It's those doors back there, the bottom of the doors on the outside are delaminated, so they're falling apart.
I can't see it from here. They're beautiful.
That's beautiful from here, but look at the other side.
Okay.
It's my fault. I noticed it one day. I'm like, this door is falling apart.
Is that something duct tape can fix?
I mean, I'm fine with pushing that out.
Pushing it out a year?
Bubble gum.
Right. Yeah. I almost wonder if we would even be looking at what COG has, where you can lock down the room in the event of an incident.
Or just wanting to be left alone?
Well, this quote was just to replace the doors
Just to replace
and
the
use the
doors.
same hardware.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was a 2024 at the end of quote, so it could be.
It's actually a rather conservative price too.
Yes. enough to be rejected.
Okay.
Yeah, and we talked about this when we went
Yeah.
through the CIP.
Right.
We said, okay, we know we're gonna have to do other things once we see where our revenues versus
Right.
expenditures are at budget time, so we knew this was
And-
coming.
Considering the wear, yeah, duct tape was, but there probably would be some other aesthetically pleasing alternatives to keep it, intact for now.
Seasonal duct tape, green for Christmas, blue for Hanukkah.
Okay.
All right, moving on. I think we have a consensus to reject that, right?
Right. Salt shed. Mr. Patterson, did you have anything you wanted to add or?
No, sir.
Okay. Your hand's up.
Gee.
Salt shed.
Again, I would just ask, is this safety related?
There's
Yes.
shingles missing.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I thought I saw missing shingles.
The narrative from the CIP was that there were a series of issues with the roof, including shingles missing and needing some repair. There was a quote for just repairing the missing shingles, but upon further inspection, the recommendation was the roof was done, so it needed to be completely replaced.
So,
That is something that I don't think I might want to run this past Utah separately. Yeah, it is in there with the different quote. I think salt shed construction can go through liquid fuels as well.
I think we spent all that.
We just took the truck and moved it into the
Sure.
liquid fuels
Okay.
expenditure, so I'm not so sure that it will be enough. I would say this, I'm not comfortable, and it's certainly up to the board, I'm not comfortable having a certified, construction inspector come out and inspect our roof and say, your roof has failed, knowing that we have people in and out of that, salt shed. And then something happens, and sure, maybe nothing never happens for 5 years, but in the event something does happen and we have a record saying that the inspection failed, and the recommendation was to replace it, and while I certainly could acknowledge it was a board decision to withdraw the allocation, I strongly would like to just say, I think that we keep it, knowing that we had that inspection done and it failed. But it is your decision, and I will happily accept and move forward as the board determines is best.
Well, okay, I'm all in favor of keeping it in there, particularly since I think didn't the Farmer's Almanac say we're gonna have a bad winter? So.
I'm good at keeping it there.
I too am good at keeping it there. Then we take away.
I
our-
probably, yeah, I'm more of a happy medium here. Is there a happy medium where, what specifically is the report saying it's failed?
I don't,
Just a question
I don't
there.
have it in front of me. I generally accept it when it comes, and it's been reviewed by our road crew superintendent and our building and assets superintendent, and I believe our interim public works director.
Yeah, so I think there might be, when do we make this final? On which day?
So we will take the changes presented by the board this evening, bring the draft budget back at the November 5th meeting. And at that point in time, the board can review to determine that the draft budget has been appropriately amended for adoption in the first meeting of December.
Okay, so there's one more bite at the apple, November 5th. Okay. Perhaps for the purposes of today, I could offer up colleagues to, cut the number in half, and then with a little bit more information, we either need to bring that number back up, or it could be a good number.
To replace half the roof. Well, it sounds
And,
like,
and my rationale is that when there's kind of a roof failure, quote, failure, end quote, it's, this thing is leaking and, when there are humans living there, it's not appropriate to do any patching or kind of, but when it's kind of like a roof, a salt shed, you can do something a little bit less.
I would also want us to consider the implications should that roof fail, the interruption that it would cause.
We do pay for that salt that's in there.
Right.
I would just add too, the budget for that really went up since the CIP, so
It's a quote. We actually got a quote. So it's been inspected and the quote's been provided since the CIP was discussed and approved.
Okay,
So it's
yeah,
not just a guess or an estimate. It's actually the $62,000 and $62,200 is a direct quote from the failed inspection. Like following the failed inspection, we had someone come out and give us a quote for a replacement.
because it was 25 when we approved it in the CIP. So I would want to keep this here, but again, I think that means we need to go back and look at some other things we approved in the CIP. So.
Okay.
I would maybe offer, let's get it closer to the CIP, $30,000 to shore it up and essentially ensure that it's safe and address any significant leaks that are impacting the inventory of the salt. Because that's my concern. We have inventory sitting here that's going to get damaged, and safety. Safety first, I should say. And then the inventory that's going to be damaged.
It's also been my experience when doing a roof replacement, you could sometimes run into issues with the substructure or even framing that may need. You know, it's not always as simple as just take shingles out, put new on.
Right, but I don't have specifics on the quote if that includes the
Right.
sub roof and everything else.
Just want to be mindful that we're looking at this holistically and providing staff the tools and resources needed to ensure its longevity.
So this was just a bid? This was just one bid?
It was a quote that we received.
Or one quote?
Quote, yeah.
Okay, so is this something that we would then get bids on?
We would.
Right.
Generally, while there is a variation oftentimes between the contractors, it's
I might be in favor of dropping the number a little, but not in half. I would, maybe to like 45 or 50, but.
And if I may, I'm just drawing upon what we did with the COG when there was the pavilion over in Middlebrook Marsh. That immediately, the first conversation was about replacing it and everything else, and then it was, well, technically it's structurally okay. It's really the concern about making it ADA accessible. Oh, that's a different conversation. And then it was, okay, bring in gravel, do what we need to do to bring it up and make it accessible, and let's invest the money there. I kind of see this as the same type of thing, maybe because they were both essentially sheds, that focus on shoring it up, making it safe, dry, and maybe, to Ms. Stevens, your point, 45,000. And that's pretty close to the 62. And I'd be surprised if if getting other quotes in here, others weren't closer to that 45.
Madam Manager, what material would you think the roof would get replaced with? Shingles, or are we looking at steel or aluminum?
I don't have that information in front of me. I trust that
Yeah,
when we
that's
go
fine.
to do the bids, that our staff will make a professional, informed decision on what is best. And I can assure you that we're not trying to do any special or additional features. This is not an accessibility. This is a concern for safety and preservation of our inventory. and I respect if the board wants to accept, reject, or modify. If we are unable to do the replacement within the proposed amount, then we can bring it back to the board for consideration. If the bids come in higher than 62,000, I mean, we really don't know what the market will look like either for
Right.
next year. So whether we accept the 62,000 or reject it or modify it, I guess in one way we could acknowledge that we could have to bring it back regardless. But I would say that I do appreciate the staff's time to go and have these inspections coordinated and have these quotes presented. I've asked staff to take the time to solicit the quotes so we can be more accurate than in the past, because I think, to Ms. Strickland's comment, sometimes the guesstimates that are put in the CIP sometimes can be, and not at all intentional, but misleading, because by the time we get the quote, you see what actual cost is coming in. And so while sometimes it fluctuates between 5, 10, maybe even 15,000, we are trying to provide you with a accurate or generally accepted cost, and being able to give the staff the opportunity just to move forward and have these things done to keep operations moving well is always appreciated.
I'm still at where the allocation is at currently. I'm not in favor of going downward. It does look like there is still some uncertainties with the market, especially if we are especially if there was a decision to go with any type of metal materials due to tariffs and other factors. So want to make sure we have enough allocated that we can go through with the repair.
I absolutely would agree that a metal roof is generally, more of a cost-effective approach. I don't know what we have shingles right now.
It's shingles
but we can
right now,
certainly explore options, and will explore options.
Right.
I'm pretty proud of staff. They generally are always looking for the cost-effective approach.
Yeah. It sounds like even the asphalt shingles are fluctuating as well. So, Yes, Mr. Heller.
Patty was at 40 to 50, let's say 50. I was at 30. Omar, you were like 31 and change. Why don't we split the difference and go 40?
Done.
Sure.
It sounds like you have enough consensus for that.
Charlie's like, oh.
But I guess if you need to open up the checkbook more,
Yeah,
you
we'll
know
find
who
out.
your first supporter was.
Find out. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, these numbers are all wrong. And, but the good news is that it just as Madam Manager just said, if the quotes come out to be need more budget amendment, I'm all for it. Over.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I might have misheard you on that, but I think the numbers in here are,
Yeah, staff
Well,
has taken time to get.
they've been put
actuals.
together in very good faith.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't say that they were in bad faith. I just said that they were wrong. They're all quotes and estimates, and that's okay. Every budget is.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Moving into solar power study capital cost, 50,000. And so I'll just this was added and then flagged, my understanding.
Yep.
Okay, so I just want to acknowledge, this was a board directed request, and so while there's funding allocations there, we certainly are already having discussions how we can potentially integrate this into the work that, is being done. And so we look forward to being able to give updates as progress may proceed. Any other items, or are we reducing that, increasing, accepting, or rejecting, or modifying?
Yes, Mr. Heller.
I believe Mr. Patterson had the suggestion of going ahead and using this money to go ahead and install solar. And if that's the case, I would be in favor of that, knowing that essentially anybody that's installing solar is going to also kind of do a power study when they show up on, well, what's your usage? What's the right size? What's the power coming from that? So I would say using that money for the installation, knowing that the study essentially comes along with that cost, or some data, I'll say. Maybe it's not a study, but data comes along with that cost that helps inform the decision of what you actually need.
Or this, would we reject this line item and add a new line item for solar install?
I would leave it up to the manager to
Yeah.
tell us what's appropriate.
I have not, to be fair, honestly given much thought about this into the work plan for next year. This was something that came from the board, and I will give more thought to determine who on our staff has the capacity to take this on, and then I could probably be in a better place to discuss if it's what you just suggested, Mr. Heller. But I think having the funds there to do something will be helpful, and then of course as progress is made, and if there's any additional requests or changes or updates as provided in whether it be the administration report, you'd receive an update, or a consent agenda, you'd receive a request. But I haven't, this is not something that came from me, but so I haven't really given a lot of thought about what a method, like a strategic approach would look like. But we will, try to do that, and as we have developments, bring that forward.
So the line item that's in here, what was that? That was just hiring someone to do some, or, kind of next year taking time to solicit quotes for a vendor to do a study.
So this actually, I think, came from the board in terms of wanting to see this item added. Right. And so we really, the team has yet to really dedicate time to figure out what the first step would look like. I know there was just a real informal Google search by a member of the team, and it may have even looked like the expenses were going to be more than $50,000. So we just haven't had the capacity to really dig in to see what the next step would look like. But having the funds there gives us options and flexibility.
Mr. Heller?
This is like a double modification twice removed.
Wow.
What about $25,000 to install solar? And that, of course, comes along with data.
I'd be in favor of that.
Yeah.
I think we've got 90% coming from the PPA in, a year and a half? So.
Yeah.
But this was something.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, if
Oh,
that.
good. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, so I'm in favor of that because we've got a contract with the PPA. So
Right.
now, we'll obviously want to do something entirely different if the PPA doesn't occur. So that's problematic
Right.
in its own way because we have to plan in kind of an uncertain place here. But just assuming, we have a contract in place. So
Yeah. I'm good with the 25,000. I don't want to be pessimistic, but depending on whatever we find as we go along next year, no guarantee we would spend that money. If it determines that we needed a bigger budget allocation, but I guess that's something we would have to determine along the way. But this at least gets us the runway cleared to get it started.
And if I may, when you say, hey, here's $25,000, get us what we can with that money, it's also going to be like, yeah, but here's what you need. Mm-hmm. Good. And we take that, hey, here's what you need,
Right.
and that leads the conversation.
And then we'd have, yeah.
because the original idea was just to figure out what else what we could supplement the PPA with. That was my understanding. So
Yeah.
this still provides us with that.
Right.
So again, I don't know if this is what modification this would be, but this change it to install solar panels for $25,000.
Okay, I have here modify the allocation from 50,000 to 25,000.
I wasn't keeping track. I believe we had at least 3 or more for that.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, but also to change the title
But yeah,
from solar power study to install solar panels.
Solar power panel installation.
Yeah,
right.
make them operational. They're installed, they're not connected. Oh, no, just kidding. I've actually seen a software vendor do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving into, are we good to move to the next item?
I think so.
All right, we have section 611. Oh wait, no, we're moving into the next item. We're still,
Yeah, sorry.
Urban forestry.
No.
Well,
No,
building,
760.
building maintenance.
Oh.
Did you flag all of the
Whoops.
building maintenance?
Yeah, yes, and I think after the conversation that we had, maybe reducing the lights down to 3,000.
Yeah. That access door is pretty much non-negotiable.
Are we doing these line by
Or, I'm sorry, maybe I'm misreading this.
No, I'm sorry. Did we have consensus, and Mr. Chair, please stop me. Did we have consensus on the $3,000 for the lighting program instead of $30,000?
Yeah, good question. I think Mr. Patterson was in the affirmative for 3,000. Anyone else in the affirmative for that?
Yep.
Yeah, there's enough support to go along with 3,000.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So we modified the allocation from 30,575 to 3,000 for the administration building interior lighting program.
Yep.
Thank you. Anything else in 409-760?
The access doors, I flagged that, and I guess my question is, how are we inspecting them today if we don't have this door?
This is a
I
great
would
question.
love
I'm
to
so
tell
happy
them.
to share it with you.
Please.
So, as part of the initial engineering design, there was never a access panel installed. Therefore, we have not actually been able to conduct, since the construction of that building, we have not been able to do that inspection, and we are overdue. And now, in order to preserve the integrity and the what is that called? The warranty. We are having the original design. We actually had the original design recently completed, but now to have the access door panels installed, it's about the cost here that you see in the budget. And we do need to do it to be in compliance with state and federal law.
Oh, and that
Yeah.
explains it. Now my question is going to move to more of a cost recovery. How was the design developed and approved without being functional?
I was not your manager at that point in time, so I cannot accurately react or respond.
Okay, I'm just going back to my government contracting days, and if a design was, brought in, et cetera, you go back to maybe the engineering firm that gave you a bad design.
We accepted the design as presented and constructed accordingly.
Yeah.
But,
That's
okay.
okay.
How many years ago? I'm just curious.
Right?
2019.
Yeah,
2020,
2019.
yeah.
Oh, all right.
We have
Okay, it's
mitigated.
moot. It's moot.
So we were just trying to move forward without
And
too much.
What kind of door can we get for 2,000? I don't know. Maybe I mean that as a joke, but maybe I'm serious. Is that the only door that we can get or approach?
Yes.
Again, I'm asking.
This is what we've been in conversations and collaborating with the code administrator, Walt. We have had conversations with the original engineer designer, and
Okay.
I would suggest that we accept this one, but the board is certainly in a position to reject or modify, but
I'm in
we
favor
really
of
need to
accepting.
get this fire inspection completed.
I was gonna say, guys, please don't leave her with a hole in the ceiling. So,
No, I get it, and I'm sure if there were alternatives like remote or cameras or other things to do this, fine, but I would be all right leaving this.
a lot of things you gotta go in there and look at. But right now, there's no way in.
Funny. But
And the type of ceiling that it is, we've been cautioned not to even, go rogue, if you will, and just send somebody up for safety reasons. So we had to have the engineer design done and now, accordingly cut in and create the access panel. So
this isn't our LEED certified building, is it?
it is. Yeah.
It just gets worse. Sorry. It's okay. I mean, it just, again, I guess I find twisted humor in some of these things, so thank you.
The ceiling.
I got it.
The basis of the design for the ceiling was a standard detail, and it was never addressed in any comments or anything during that process.
Unfortunately, we've encountered this in
Yeah.
various ways throughout.
Just the irony of that whole chain is not lost on me.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I have no issue with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I'd applaud staff, for
yes.
their efforts on this. I think what you've been thinking, they've covered, and yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so does that conclude this section? Because it says 611, accept
believe so.
wellness.
We're accepting wellness.
Okay. Then we can move into 6.12, equipment rentals, flagged by Mr. Heller and Mr. Patterson.
Again, just my comments relating to using Ferguson Township local businesses,
Okay.
but I don't know what Mr. Patterson flagged.
Looks like Mr. Patterson flagged all contracted services. That might be ahead of the manager there.
I'm with you.
Okay.
That was the contracted services rentals of $310,000. Oh, we talked about this, folks. Are we good with the number though? I mean, I think at one point we were. Yeah, I think I flagged it because we had started talking about it a little bit offline, but we're okay with the 300,000. This was the increase because we wanted there were some pipes found that had been like complete failures, and we wanted to see that impact a little bit earlier. That's the section, right? 450. Sure.
We're in urban forestry. Contracted services is $77,000. Various tree services unable to be performed by in-house staff due to technical ability, certification requirements, and availability and absences.
Yeah,
right.
I apologize.
Copy that. So sorry, ash trees, reject, oak trees, reject.
Bless you.
Budget amendment if it needs to be done.
I would be in favor of that. My only question is, didn't we just do an ordinance related to oak trees?
We haven't done that yet, but
It's,
it would be my strong recommendation to get that out of there. The commitment of the township to paying for some unknown, unspecified amount of injections. So for right now, we budget zero
I would
and
be
handle
okay
the
with that.
ordinance in a week or two, or a month or two.
I'd be okay with that modification. Or rejection.
Anyone else wanted to reject that?
Which one?
Tree injections for ash trees and tree injections for oak trees. $1,000 for the ash trees, $15,000 for the oak trees.
$9.95 for apple trees.
$9.95 for apple
I'm
trees.
kidding.
Oh,
I'm
jeez,
kidding. Oh my
Matt.
God. Sorry. Coffee's wearing off.
Well, so the oak tree is as needed, right? And the ash
That's
trees
right.
are in a program. They're scheduled.
Correct.
I mean, I'm fine with
28
leaving both of
trees
these
for-
here because it's,
Yeah.
because the 15,000 for the oak trees is only as needed, and then the ash trees is only
Right.
1,000 for a scheduled. So if I'm reading
Yes,
that correctly,
you are.
Yeah.
okay.
And this,
I apologize. Was that, I thought the $1,000 was for contractor, like the contracted work,
No, that's for the ash trees.
It is.
under
contracted.
contracted services.
It is contracted if we need to perform that work.
There is a safety net in the event that we are unable to perform that work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So that is why I am in favor of rejecting it. If we need to go and do it, then we just bring it to a meeting.
Yeah, I would also reject it for another reason too. If I remember this correctly, it was for the R1 and RR zones, correct?
That was Oak Tree? That was Oakville, right?
Yeah,
That's the second one.
and inside the regional growth boundary, right. So because this is not equitable, or the charges aren't, everybody's paying into this pot, and some folks are not going to use it, others are going to take advantage of it, use it, I would just be in favor of removing these.
Yeah, I want to keep them in there. I think there is.
Let me explain, sir, if I may.
You may.
Where my brain is going right now, thank you, is I want to get as close to a balanced budget as possible prior to looking at what revenue changes we need to make. Because if we don't balance, we're either pulling from reserves or we're doing something to revenue. So these things that are placeholders for what if, that I don't know that we've used, or at least one of them we haven't typically used, but it's there every year. I don't even want to have the conversation if we can just get it out of there, if we get that funding, and if we actually do need it, that we just come back and put it in, at which point we make a decision at that time, are we pulling from reserve, yes or no? I don't want to have any revenue raises based on what, on a what if in this particular case. Does that make sense? So that's why I'd like to do the reject. Otherwise, we're raising revenue based on a thing that may or may not happen.
Mr. Heller.
Like we know we're going to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, and Mr. Patterson, I believe that it's almost like just-in-time budgeting, right? Don't need it till all of a sudden you do. You come back, you get the amendment, you move forward, right?
That's right. And there are a few things that we should do that for, and I think this is the type of thing we should do that for.
Thank you. I get it.
I would agree with
Your
that.
thoughts,
Yeah.
Patty? Okay. So we got 4 votes for rejections. I wanted to keep that in there because I think this is something that is beneficial for the greater good of our community, especially considering some of the tree diseases and, the implications on the rest of the trees in the township when there is an outbreak. So.
Well, I think the policy would still stand, that we would treat, and
Right.
they would come back for the funding, is how I'm reading this.
You're right.
That's where my brain is, Lisa. Yeah.
All right, rejected.
So
At
for
that point, it's going to be a very public discussion on,
Right.
we've got to go fix this outbreak. It's going to cost this, and we're going to pull it from reserves.
Believe the manager would like some clarification from the board on something.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarification to be sure that we're identifying the correct items here to reject. Is the tree injections of $15,000 accept or reject? And then I'm going to move to the next item. So just looking for the board's consensus here.
Re-injection ash tree, reject. Re-injection oak tree, reject.
Concur.
That's correct.
Moving into the spongy moth abatement acreage.
can we go, well, there's one above that, the large tree
Oh,
removal.
thank you.
Have we done this
Oh, yeah.
before? Have we contracted to have a large tree removed?
Yeah,
There's
we
zero
had
on the
oak
budget.
wilt. We've had oak wilt in the township, and the removal of the tree is far more than the injections. It's like 3/4 of the total cost.
So I think this is in the same boat of reject. There's oak wilt, very public meeting. We talk about it, pull from reserves. But I don't want to pull from reserves immediately, nor do I want to raise revenue based on this. That, again, yeah, same logic, over.
Agree.
I'm the rest of the board, you may chime in.
I agree.
Accept or reject or modify.
Reject.
I mean, it says it's anticipated that the work can be performed by in-house staff, so it's a pretty large sum for a potential. So I guess I'm okay with.
Well, the
Permitting
large
it.
tree removal, and it says hazard, oak wilt, or whatever. So, like, for instance, if this is referring to, like, if a winter storm comes and a tree falls across the street, I think I'd rather have it in there.
Well, yeah,
In this one in particular for,
I guess I'd like some clarification on that. Is that for like a storm, or could that?
Yeah, great question. The urban forester has identified this particular account to be used as, you know, if we can't get to it, or it's beyond our ability to remove, it would be for storm related. It could be used for storm related events. It could be used for diseased or specifically oak wilt. It's just recognizing that staff is looking to have that buffer, right? So the relationships, the working contracted relationships can sometimes allow us to pick up the phone and have somebody on site within 24 to 48 hours. And so when these funds are budgeted, it allows for us to be able to provide these municipal services as needed quickly. But if we don't need them, then we don't use them. But when we need them and they're not there, that is, I think what ultimately creates some concern on the side of staff.
So this one's beyond oak wilt or disease. This one's
Yeah,
it
it says
hazard
large tree
removal.
removal, and then in parentheses, hazard, emergency, or oak wilt abatement, or other pet, it says pets, but my guess is pest disease abatement.
Yes, I'd be good with leaving this one.
I was gonna say, it won't be the first time I've just seen a tree just randomly all of a sudden come to a precarious place where it's like, you need to get rid of it now, otherwise it's gonna fall and hurt somebody.
well, we had that derecho not so
Scenario.
long ago, and how many trees came down in that derecho, so.
Yeah.
I would actually offer a modification. Large tree removal has an emergency. That's it.
So keep
So
the
just-
budget allocation,
It's
but
hanging over
only
the
for
road.
those
Only for
scenarios.
emergency.
Yeah, it's about to fall over, it's over a road, a truck just hit it, something like that.
Sure.
So only in those circumstances.
Right. Mr. Patterson.
So maybe a quick clarification. This particular line item there's a dash, meaning 0 for 2024, a dash for 2025, projected, and a dash for 25 extra, actual. This was put in, Madam Manager, was this put in this year just kind of for that kind of transparent approach to, hey, we may need a contract, and this is the number we'd like to have kind of in the waiting in the wings to be able to contract quickly.
Yes, all of this was prepared for this year's budget.
Yeah, I don't have any problems with the words, but frankly, multiple reasons that one could remove a large tree. And if it's not in-house. So I would just offer up that what we're saying here is that we're going to authorize right now pulling from reserves for this particular item.
Sorry?
We got, so,
Cool.
Mr. Patterson, if I'm hearing you correctly, we're only spending $10,000 in the event that we're rejecting this from the budget, and should this certain event occur, then we're going to reserves?
Oh, no. I'm trying to frame this
Yeah.
just so that we're all clear. Like things like this, when we say we're going to preemptively have these dollars. Okay, we don't have a balanced budget today, right?
Right.
Sorry. I think our budget is going to be pulling from reserve and have some revenue raises. And this $10,000 is one of the things, one of the sources for that use that is coming from reserves or coming from the mill. So I'm framing it in a way that when we make this particular decision, we're saying, okay, we're authorizing early to pull from reserve. If we don't pull from reserves, it'll stay there, and that's great.
Okay, so it stays in there.
So what direction do we want to give the manager?
Oh, I thought you guys wanted to keep it. I
keeping it.
propose
Keep it.
reject. I
And
think
we'll
I heard keep.
use
So,
it as needed.
We're
for
keeping
operator.
it.
Thank you.
okay. All right. So then the next one, which is the spongy moth abatement, that had a 0-2024. It had a projected 48,450, but also 0 for projected 2025. And so we put 51K here. And again, do we want to preemptively say we're going to do this and authorize this use? Or do we reject it and it's just something that comes before the board later to say we'd like to pull from reserves this amount?
Mr. Heller.
I would be a fan of rejecting it only because the other municipalities also deal with this, and I know our previous conversations talked about cost sharing and having the helicopter spray certain things anyway. COG was looking at this also, so maybe there's something that COG would offer in other funds or other expenses we've had. So because of all those uncertainties, I would be a fan of removing this.
Sure. I'm fine with that.
Okay, it's rejected. Guys are killing me tonight.
Well, we're going to give some spongy moths if they show their heads, but right now.
Now, this is a good thing where you need contracted service. Could you see our urban forester flying the helicopter?
This is not, we're not saying we're not going to do it.
Right.
Just want to be clear here, right? The funding to do it is not there, and so if we do need it and we need funding, then it's going to be a meeting for that.
Yeah.
Where are we?
We are at 6.13. Road maintenance and stormwater. Unless the manager needed something else, or there was something else for urban forestry.
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
Tree planting.
Yeah, actually, could we,
Or-
before we go on to that one?
Oh,
Just that
okay,
one.
yeah, I guess that would be tied into there, and I believe Ms. Strickland also wanted to talk about that.
So we are on street trees, new and replacement for 31.2. Is that correct?
Right, yep.
Sorry, which fund are we in?
Fund 30, 400, 451, 375. It would be just at the end. What?
455, 375.
Yeah.
So we were just on Spongy Moth. If you go down from there, you'll see meetings and conferences.
Oh.
Four items underneath there, and then street trees, new and replacement.
Just before the total expenditures.
All right.
I would be in favor of moving that down to 15,000. Something, but not everything.
Ms. Strickland, did you have a proposal on this one?
Yeah, maybe moving it closer toward where it had been at 19,000, 23,000, so maybe moving it closer to one of those numbers.
20?
Yeah.
20,000? Do I hear 21?
Yeah, 20's good.
Some reason that gave me a vision of the when you outbidded me on that dessert this past summer at Baileyville.
Did I win something?
Okay, so the number's 20. It sounds like Lisa's in favor. Anyone else in favor of 20?
Does sound like an auction.
Do I have 30,000?
I think we're at 20.
I'd throw the bid to keep it where it's at. Guess it's up to Omari and Patty where they want to see that at.
I don't know. I remember the discussion about the amount of stormwater work that a tree does. And
I remember now that came back to because I'm like, I wrote James down here, but James doesn't fly. Yeah, but yeah, I think we had that education. There is benefits of tree plantings when it comes to stormwater management.
That's why we're at 20.
yeah, I'm okay with 20.
cutting it
I'm
out,
okay with
yeah.
20.
Yeah.
It's at 20.
Okay.
Quick clarifying question. We are approving this budget in whole and the line items, kind of within. And so if another line item goes under, would there be a request to move money between line items, or is staff empowered to go ahead and use surpluses to, in some places, to apply to others like tree?
That's a great question. So the manager is authorized to expend funds as needed for emergencies, as long as there's funds within the actual fund itself. Outside of those emergencies or, to ensure continuity of operations, following the budget as it's approved is generally what's expected. And I think, I'm not sure where the question is kind of aiming, but the budgetary control and like the legal framework, right, is that if we're reduced, and again, I don't want to go too far on a tangent, but as we reduce the flexibility for staff to be able to appropriately manage these things outside of emergencies, it does, I do want to be sure that I share with the board, like it does end up creating a great deal of more administrative work to be able to propose and, bring to the board and make sure that we properly track that. And for auditing purposes like this, these are things that we can reduce these funds, but every time we have to bring it back to the board for either a budget amendment or authorization, because the auditor is supposed to look at our budget that gets approved. And then, for example, if it's, okay, there's $19,000 approved, but staff spent $24,000 on this, we have to, and of course we will, because we have a great finance director, just be sure that all of our records are appropriately aligned and have those motions and approved by the board that we increased from $19,000 to $23,000. So everything that we reduce in terms of budget, it can create some frequent mid-year adjustments and forecasting, and can also create some financial reporting challenges, complicated end-of-year reconciliation. So these are things that obviously can be done and will be done as we need to maintain the continuity of municipal services. Can we utilize funds yes, in emergency situations, township manager under our home rule charter has the authority to do that. But ultimately, try to manage the budget outside of those emergencies within the confinement of the board's adopted budget. Your manager is presented a proposed budget that reflects what staff's needs are, and as we make those changes, and then throughout the fiscal years, we need to make other changes as we get real, bids that come in that are maybe higher. We would just need to bring that back to the board, and we will, whether it be a budget amendment or at the very least, just approval and documentation so we can have it in our Springbrook file for when the auditor does the checks to make sure that there's no fraudulent activity. So there's just that audit and compliance risk that we manage.
In regards to the street trees, the budget number of 31,200, that's what's identified to replace what we have to replace per ordinance, per code. So that's set based on what we're required to replace. So there's not, and the other thing is, as I wrote in my notes for the previous meeting, the trees are divided out so that we spend less on trees that aren't in residential areas. So you see a significant reduction per tree by about $400 on trees that are in non-residential areas. So using that combined with the trees that are in residential areas, the 31,200 that's the dollar amount in trees that need to be replaced for this year. So there's not really any, there may be, I'm going to say probably definitely less than, there's maybe a handful, I'll say 10 or less than 10 if there are any new trees year to year. The new plantings is very minimal, but those are the $100 trees.
Yeah, that's a really good point, James. The urban foresters only put a cost estimate in there to align with what the board has already approved per policy. So we are not bringing you budget funds here for approval or consideration that isn't in accordance with the township ordinance and resolutions passed to adhere to our street trees, maintenance and municipal operations.
Could we maybe bring those ordinances back for review at a future date? Or would it just be
Yes.
that'd just be a request for another point?
As part of this budget discussion?
Oh, no. I'm just saying, just like we talked about other ordinances in the past, just bringing it back. So I'll just put a plug in for that.
Yep, we can add that to the work list.
I'm just standing up, by the
Absolutely.
way.
So we're going back to the 31-2 for our ordinance, and then, okay.
James, do you have the site, the chapter 25? Is it that for street trees?
Yeah.
It has that specific outline of the maintenance and repairs and replacements for.
Yeah.
So thank you
It
for
is
keeping
chapter
us.
25. What section? That's it.
I don't have it right in my fingertips, sorry.
Just so we can be sure to bring that ordinance back in front of the board at a future time. And I'm not, to be completely honest, I'm not sure as to when we'll do that, but we will absolutely. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like it's 22. No. Chapter
And thank you, James,
25.
for keeping us on track there.
5, yeah, thank you.
Omar, did you catch that discussion?
Yes.
Good.
Okay.
Chapter 25-108.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so just for reference, whenever the Department of Public Works or Township Department removes or causes to be removed any tree of any kind within the township boundaries that was planted by the township and stood in the right of way, or that stood in any park or in upon other township-owned land, the department shall plant or cause to be planted no fewer than one young tree having a minimum caliber of 2 inches and being deemed appropriate by the Department of Public Works. And so as part of the preparation for the proposed budget, our urban forester goes out and does an inventory and a check, and then does the cost estimate to present for the proposed budget. So he is acting in what's being brought to you, much like all of the funding allocations that are in. It's a pretty lean budget outside of our required operations.
So to clarify, and thank you for the ordinance, these are trees we removed because of projects and we're putting back.
No,
Not
that's
necessarily,
true.
no.
Oh,
Go ahead. There's other
The
sections
the
too.
trees could fail for different reasons. They could,
Pests,
yeah.
diseases, maybe they didn't mature. There could be several reasons, and the ordinance does a really great job of outlining the different reasons, but we can certainly even at some point ask the urban forester to maybe kind of create a list. I know he's pretty busy, but if this is a discussion the board would like to further have in the future, these are things that we can.
yeah. So it says that the township removes, and that is really saying that if it's deemed necessary to remove the tree for its,
The health
you know,
of
yeah,
the tree.
it's failed, the planting location, it was hit by a car that jumped the curb, the property owner decided to put Christmas lights up there and they caught on fire. Like, there's a lot of reasons why a tree would fail and it would get removed.
Great imagination
But
there.
Yeah.
for both reasons, we can push that cost off to somebody's insurance company to replace it. Both
Well,
of
and
those
to do
cases.
that, yeah,
That's
that
true.
exists. To be fair, we
Yeah.
absolutely do process all of our claims
Sure.
accordingly. But yes.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Thank you. So I guess 31-2 it is.
Okay. So we're keeping it.
All right, and moving into 6.12, capital for street tree planting, flagged by Ms. Strickland and Mr. Thompson.
We just talked about that.
That is this one.
Oh, right, my apologies.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Let's not do it again.
Okay, that's okay.
Let's talk about it one more
To be
time.
honest, I like-
It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
no,
Let's
thank you
acknowledge
for
it.
the humor, that was good.
The finance director
Yes.
is sycamore
No.
trees, so it's time to move on.
Oh, no, oh, no, definitely move on, no more jamming jokes. Okay.
Okay. So let's go on to Sycamore turnaround, guide rail repairs and replacements, flagged by Mr. Heller.
I have no issues with either of those after the discussions we've had.
Okay. And then moving into traffic signal repairs, flagged by Mr. Patterson.
You got the green light to go, Mr. Patterson.
Oh, God.
You were waiting for that one.
Gotta give me a couple. Y'all had your turn tonight.
All right, and this is so the combined traffic signal repairs, it says additional funds are included in 26 account for staff vacancies. And is that 100% true now? Meaning, we don't, of the staff that has been brought on or the contractor that have been brought on, this number is the number for this, for the allotment that we need for 26?
Yes, that includes.
Or have there been changes?
Nope, that includes the calibration, and there's things that we have to do for repairs, and also there's an installation within the cabinet. James, I'm not sure if you want to talk a little bit more about that, but there are funds in there for the, I don't want to put them on the spot, but.
Yeah, this traffic signal repair line item is specific to, like, we were talking, I believe in the previous meetings, the question came up about specific agreements and PennDOT and things like that. And so the PennDOT requires the township to have a contractor available for emergency repairs. So anytime there's something that is, something happens to a street light, or a traffic signal, whether it's the signal itself or inside the cabinet or anything along those lines, that's what this line item takes care of. In the past, the township engineer was able to do some of those things, not all of those things. But again, we regularly have always called on a contractor to perform some of this work. in this case. There might be, there might be things that we can get by on, but this is pretty much for emergency repairs. Anything that it comes up out of nowhere, really.
Yeah.
But, so I'll just point out that we had just, if you look at just above traffic signals repairs, which includes that the higher level entry in 2024, it shows that was $9,000 for actual. And then the allotted 2025 was 17.8. And then the projected 2025 is 33.3. So there's we're hearing all that, it's okay, got it. There's $20,200 in more stuff that'll need to be done. So no issues with it, but I think it's more of a, as we look to future, there economies of scale to get us back down to that 9,000 number. I don't know the answer, but I'm okay leaving it as is. Given the new items that are coming soon and work, just ongoing work that needs to be done. Over.
Just saying, we add more traffic signals. We've added Sandy Drive, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
And again,
And this March routers being added in 26.
yeah, and these are for repairs. So, like the 9,000, if 2024 you have a good year, if 2026 is a great year and we don't need to repair or attend to anything at all, then that line item, the actual, will be zero. With storms and the type of weather we had this past year, so a little bit more. And so again, what you're seeing even on the projected cost is a little bit of an extrapolation of what we've spent current to that time that the projection was made, estimating out for over the rest of the year. So.
And I'll just acknowledge, yes, an April 29th storm, we had a traffic signal that blew a certain part in the cabinet, and it was over $20,000 of a repair. Now, yes, we did file a claim, and we will get reimbursed, but you'll still see the expenditure that exceeded for year-end projections of $30,000. And once we have that claim process, then you would likely see a revenue entry, but not in this budget because it's still being processed, I believe. I don't believe that claim is closed out at this point in time.
That's a fascinating thing about traffic signals. There's actually a person that works on them that likes to post a lot of videos on Instagram, and you get to see the cabinet and just a lot of computer working. So, even just something as simple as a strike of lightning, you could be talking big bucks just to get that signal back up and running.
Yeah, that's a good point. If there aren't any other comments, moving into the West Chest Pipe video assessment flagged by Mr. Heller.
I think those are two separate items. This is the West Chestnut Pipe, and then the next line item is the video assessment.
Yes. I was just trying to get a 2-for-1, but that's okay.
Sorry, you said the 2-for-1 though. I was just looking at the West Chestnut Pipe. Was the other one below that?
Video assessment. But it actually appears that I confused it with a different line item. That is flagged by Ms. Strickland.
Okay, which one comes first? I'm sorry.
West Chestnut Pipe.
Oh, it does.
Mm-hmm.
They both involve pipe. That's the confusing thing. They both involve pipe. Video assessment and cleaning of the storm pipes, and West Chestnut storm pipe. So, yeah.
Right, so the video assessment and cleaning of the corrugated metal stormwater pipes for $300,000. That, I guess.
I have this flagged by you.
By me.
Mm-hmm.
I think you flagged West Chestnut Pipe
Oh,
thought-
maybe I'm wrong.
in the night.
It looks like I might be wrong.
No, you have it right.
I do?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you have it right. It's just the way it's laid out in there is a little confusing. Did you mean to flag the West Chestnut?
No,
Oh, okay.
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 that's why I was confused.
Well, then we'll just move on until someone recalls who flagged it. So, Ms. Strickland, you are we have you as flagging the video assessment.
Okay.
Okay, that's right.
So I flagged
Didn't have anything.
the video assessment, and I flagged the pipe relining, both to just take a new look at the allocation amounts. There were $300,000 for the video assessment and cleaning, and then $500 for the relining. I'd be supportive of lowering those. Those are things that are, that's not part of our MS4s. This is not the mandated part. So we don't, this is up to us how much we do of this. Before the stormwater fee, we really only did this as we repaired roads. That got us behind, so we don't want to go back that far, but I think this is a lot for when we're looking at our difference between our revenue and expenditure, so I'd be interested in lowering that. The other thing I did want to ask about the TIF. I know that you went over the ending fund balance in the beginning, and I think it's like 1.8 million, it's under 2 million now will be the ending fund balance. Anyway, my question was, before we had the stormwater fee, I guess the ordinance had been changed to allow drainage to go into the TIF, for the TIF to pay for some drainage. So you can use the TIF to pay for some of those relinings and cleanings and things that we do as we're repairing the road. So I'm wondering if some other things that are nearby the pipelining, so like the but that are kind of related, like the inlets. I just had it here. They were like, oh yeah, reconstruct stormwater inlets, if that can also go under the TIF. I mean, that's a small amount, but just kind of looking at when we created the stormwater fund, then with the fee, that was noted in the TIF that we were going to move those things out. We kept some things in the TIF that lined up with the road project, some of the drainage items, I mean. But now, since we don't have that separate fund, do we look at how we were looking at drainage through the TIF before we had the stormwater fund? So it's really two things. I would like to look at these allocated amounts, the 300 and the 500,000, but then just a suggestion to kind of look at where we're placing the stormwater items now that that fund is gone. So, and seeing how we had done it prior to the fund. Because there is still a big balance in the TIF. So, and I think, I don't want to go back there now, but the expenditures, anyways, I think there's room in there in the TIF to look at drainage. So, yes, so a suggestion, maybe we can find something in there, but I would suggest bringing down the amounts for the pipe cleaning and the relining and the video.
The 300,000.
And the 500.
I'd be in favor of keeping them at that, because I seem to recall that when we took away the stormwater fee, the suggestion was, well, it's not like we're not going to not do this. And the price for doing this is expensive. And as Dave Modricker said, and Ron Seibert said, and I'm sure Jim would echo the same thing, it's the really unsexy work that needs to be done. And just because we don't see it and residents aren't going to see it, it's really, if we leave it undone, we just have miles and miles and we're not getting anywhere. And this is something that I would actually like to see. I mean, I could think of other things that I would take out, but I would love to see these at this price,
Yeah, and I would take out other things too. And I wouldn't want to zero it out, because essentially before the fee, we were at zero. And so adding 800,000 on is really going toward the other end. So I'm just suggesting bringing it down a bit, but.
I'm going to offer this. If we look at these total together, because they are so related, why not? $800,000. If I understood presentations and discussions we've had earlier, the video assessment and cleaning is where the investment should be. That seemed to be the imperative. If we don't know, we have issues, etc., we're in more trouble. So I would advocate for keeping the video assessment and cleaning at the $300,000 and reducing the stormwater pipe lining to $200,000.
I don't know.
That-
What does that get us?
500.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me. What am I keep doing here?
The main question is, what is the lowest we can go to get someone to do the work?
Yes.
So you're probably, I mean, that's probably about as low as you're gonna get and still get somebody to perform the work. That's about where yeah.
So I will also acknowledge that we had $150,000 in for the video assessment and cleaning in the CIP, and the board had actually moved to increase to double it. And so, we're moving that back down to $150,000. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to, but also appreciated having the $300,000, because the more linear feet of pipe that we can get in and actually assess to identify a priority, like ranking list of the pipes that need to be cleaned replaced versus not, is really helpful and really assist in that risk mitigation management. But also acknowledging too that data is only supposedly good for 3 to 5 years. Just understanding that a lot can happen over a 3 to 5 year period, especially given the age of the infrastructure. So my recommendation would be that if you reduce, that you really focus on going back to what maybe staff presented initially, that $150,000, but recognizing the benefit of doing more. The $500,000 is based on video assessment already completed, so we know where we need to go and do infrastructure. So that $500,000, we're kind of ready. Like, we've already done the assessment. We've recognized, again, it goes back to the same position I had at an earlier time. We know that pipe infrastructure in certain locations, up to $500,000 of infrastructure maintenance and replacement, we know it needs to be replaced. It can become a public safety concern. When those pipes are seeping or clogged, it can create traffic flow issues. When we have a heavy storm, it can create a whole host of public safety matters. And so, again, knowing that we have reports on file from those video assessments and the infrastructure, the corrugated pipe needs replaced, and not doing that is a bigger concern for me as your manager. If you reduce, I would understand a reduction from $300,000 to $150,000. But that's my thought for your consideration.
I would be supportive of that. So leaving the pipelining at 500 and going down to 150 for video assessment.
I'm good with that.
I would still be in favor of reducing the 500,000 only to the most dire of, let me say this, prioritizing the pipes that need to be relined according to road usage. So it's different to me if a pipe on Atherton needs to be replaced as opposed to a pipe on North Nixon.
The pipes are scored using it's called NASCO,
Right.
which is the standard for scoring the system. The way the program has worked is we do it zone by zone. We try to predict or use records that we had available to identify where the oldest pipes were and start there. And so that it was a program that wasn't sort of haphazard, but had it was a program that it addressed the biggest needs first. So knowing that the failures, if it really won't matter which road it's used on, particularly if it fails, regardless, it's going to be in the millions to replace versus the lining. You're getting 50 to 100 year lifespan on it. But once it fails, it really doesn't matter which road is getting used. It's more, once it fails to repair it or to replace it is going to be, you could be in the millions, especially if multiple fail in a single year. You're talking paving, complete road reconstruction to get those pipes, because they're across roads, not necessarily running alongside of it. So that's kind of how the program was designed, was to identify where the biggest needs were first, the oldest and most likely to fail, and then using that video and video assessment to determine which pipes actually need to be replaced out of those that score in the criteria to be replaced. So.
I still think the 500 is just a little too high for me right now.
We could still get quite a bit of work done if we lowered it by 100,000, 140,000.
I was just thinking that.
We're even 100,000 off. 400 on that, 150 on the other.
I think that sounds great. It'll get us moving forward, and we'll be able to get some infrastructure repaired and maintained.
Saving money.
I'm good
Okay,
with that.
that's
Matt's good with
great.
that. We got a consensus.
Great suggestion. Thank you, Madam Manager.
Thank you.
So it's not like you get 100% of the 500,000 done,
Well,
but
Jeremy had
a
to give
good
up some
chunk of
things
it.
tonight, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that would be a lot of work to
Right.
get it completed in a year too.
The 100 will go into my checking account.
Also, the video and cleaning is only good for I think a year or two. So, it does help that you can video all you want, but as soon as you video, you want to come in with lining in the near future. So, good stuff.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, it looks like we have our one item in police flagged by.
Sorry, if I could go back really quickly, just on the west chestnut pipe. That 37,000 was for staff shortages. So do we believe, and I think where I was going, and there were a couple other line items like this, that there was contracted money because of staff shortages. Do we believe that we're going to have staff shortages in 2026?
I think that we currently have shortages, and so it's a matter of, if we get candidates selected and onboarded. And we're, at this point in time, we couldn't forecast when those positions would be filled. There's the township engineer and the township engineer position that we have advertised at this point in time, but the other one is not advertised. So yes, I would anticipate that we'll have vacancies, and we've removed 2 of the engineer positions. And these projects were always bidded out, even when we had a full complement.
This particular pipe project was a few years back that this was identified as needing to be corrected. And this was the anticipated cost for the solution. Public Works road crew utilized an alternative solution that appears to be working. So it's not as imminent, but it could be something that is needs to be revisited in the future. But in terms of where this pipe was, where it's at today, and at the time of the CIP and the budget being put together, I think we're in an okay place with it right now. But this would need to be here if we need to go to the next level. to solve the problem.
Yeah, so what I hear there, and okay, so and what you're saying is this would solve the problem without it's a non-in-house solution that is planned but I guess what I heard was planned, and also if we don't do it, we're okay because we did a different solution before and that solution is working right now.
As far as I understand it, it is working, that the problem is solved. If that's, to what degree, I don't have the ability to say that, but I do, as I understand it, this was something that was identified a couple of years ago as being the preferred solution to it, but as an interim, public works staff kind of made a solution an alternative that worked, and it's working now.
Good job, Steph. I guess this is where I just in the spirit of just decreasing that ultimate need and that revenue discussion, whatever that number is for what are we doing for revenue, this is an opportunity to reject it. It's solved with a solution by staff and staff. These are some funds to maybe solve it in a different way that isn't a need today. So I would reject this 37,000. Over.
Any other rejections on it?
Which one is he talking about? Sorry.
Chestnut.
Chestnut, okay.
I was going to say, hearing no other rejections, I say accept it.
Okay. All right.
I will note, actually, never mind. We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Moving into, I think we're ready for police. 6.6. Patrol vehicle, flagged by Mr. Heller.
Yes, I was hoping maybe we would not, only buy only buy one vehicle, but it sounds like maybe we only need to buy two?
Talk about ice in the kicker. So
Did I set that up?
when we talked back at CIP, I was about 10 days removed from not being the CIP manager, but one of the discussions we had was whether or not to move vehicles to from a 5-year plan to a 6-year plan, and my ultimate advice was it's an easier conversation to start at 5 and move to 6 than to be at 6 and have to keep talking about moving vehicles up. So in preparing for the budget for this year, I did a review of the 3 vehicles that we have in this budget. One being the truck, which is FT1. The ordinance enforcement officer is inheriting that truck as a pass-down model. I believe the replacement for that truck was delayed and then ultimately removed from this year's budget for a cost savings. So I would not recommend removing that. For FT12, it's the oldest vehicle in our patrol fleet. It started as a traffic-only vehicle and then got integrated into the fleet due to scheduling changes and staff changes. It is almost every piece of equipment in that vehicle is ready to be replaced, and the vehicle itself is actually tentatively planned to be for the next chief of police per their choice. So it's not as if that vehicle would be disappearing. It's just be utilized in a different way because the equipment is past the point where it could be used. I wouldn't recommend removing that either. FT11 is the one that I am happy to bring our CIP conversation full circle and say staff generated a draft SOP. Included in that was a set of parameters for when a vehicle could be recommended to be pushed back a year. that vehicle based on mileage and lack of maintenance history qualifies to be pushed back a year. So hopefully that's the easiest offer I can give you of the night, but
I would make the non-motion,
Oh.
to maybe push back, I'm sorry. Was that a point of order? Did I just
No, you're fine.
Step on something?
No. Continue.
Okay, I would just then, recommend that FT11 be pushed out 1 year.
Agreed.
Sounds good.
Let's push out a year. And I would give Dan a lot of credit. It sounds like when you went through to put this part of the police budget together, you looked for many ways to reduce expenditures, and that's I'm pretty sure that's greatly appreciated by the whole board here.
Yes.
So, you're very strategic.
thank you.
I'd like to see FT12 lowered with big rims for the chief and a sound system. It's all black, right? Is that the one?
The one that's retiring.
Yeah,
Yes.
there it goes. Perfect candidate for that.
All right. Anything else you needed? Okay.
Looks like we have 6.8 Parks Capital flagged by Ms. Strickland.
Was that narrative?
Yeah, these were just notes on the narratives. Yeah, these were just notes on the narratives, and yep.
Then we have the seal coating for parking lots flagged by Ms. Stevens.
Yes. I'd say let's push that back a year.
Reject the allocation.
Yes.
Any other rejections?
I reject.
You reject?
Yeah, that's fine.
Got a majority rejection for that.
Okay. And then we have 5.8, the request for information by Ms. Strickland.
Oh yeah,
But we had talked through it.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that one was the narrative. I marked that one as the narrative.
Okay. Well, then the other item was the same for the clarification on the narrative for the regional capital.
Yep.
And that is all that I have for notes.
Okay. I did want to be mindful of time and try to keep this at 4 hours, but that will be up to the board. If you want to continue this meeting.
For what? I'm sorry, maybe I missed something.
I guess the next part of the discussion would be revenues. Gonna say, could that roll into the regular meeting?
The legal advertisement was already sent, but we could certainly have the discussion. We just wouldn't be able to take action.
Okay.
I'd rather wrap it up.
Can we spend just a few minutes on that topic? I do think that is a very important topic.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just some thoughts to leave. I really liked the report earlier today. Well, let me pause there, Mr. Chair. I have some comments on it.
Yeah, I'm good. I just want to, be respectful of board time as well as staff time. So, yeah, it looks like a majority of everyone's good, having a little more discussion here. So good to go into that.
Excellent. So what I would say is, and I'm happy to maybe do this and kind of outside of here, but I'd love to be able to have that kind of on a spreadsheet, being able to kind of decrease a couple of numbers. Because in my mind, and I'm going to remain consistent here, that we always should fund the readiness of our public safety, period, end of story. So, the report earlier today that there's an opportunity for, some number of mills specifically for public safety, that I think we should do that. and then offset that with with other things that, we did, last year. So for instance, we raised, real estate property transfer taxes. And so should we bring that one back down to where it was in 2024 and add this specific public safety, piece, for, the revenue gap there. And I'll just pause there. That's really what I wanted to get out there.
Mr. Heller.
Yeah, and, Mr. Patterson and I are, I believe, on the same page, and I would say yes, caveat though, the question for me is, since a lot of that goes to COG, does it still count for us? Can we still use that? Or does it have to be within the municipality and within our budget line only? Or does it apply to something like COG? Can we use it over there?
Question.
So the opportunity to do a up to 3 mil increase for a dedicated fire protection tax increase, I wouldn't necessarily look at it as it goes to COG, but it would be dedicated for expenditures related to fire protection, whether that be equipment, staffing, fire hydrant maintenance, repairs. So there's, as part of the legislation, there's specific expenditures that fall under how you could utilize those funds that what you call would be from a dedicated tax, and it would be considered restricted funds for specific usage. And so to answer your question with some variety of scenarios, one scenario would be, in this particular proposed budget, we brought to the board for consideration a 1 mil increase, which is equivalent to about $616,000. And our contribution to COG is about $646,000. So there's actually still a gap. What it does, and I think Ms. Kunkel may have mentioned this, is that rather than utilize our general fund revenues, this then becomes a very specific dedicated revenue source for COG. And we would still need to utilize about, what is that? I don't know, I haven't done the math in my head yet, $30,000 from the general fund to make our contribution in the amount of about $646,000. Another scenario, however, is that with a 1 mil increase, we would still be able to make that contribution to COG, and there would be no funds remaining from the dedicated restricted revenue that the township would receive. But let's say the board did a 1.5 or 2 mil increase. Then we could also explore utilizing that fire hydrant. So depending on the future discussion of your fire hydrant ordinance, right now we have a dedicated fund. In a scenario where the board decides to repeal the ordinance for the fire hydrant fund, meaning we no longer assess the fee to the specific properties within a 780 feet of the fire hydrant, then you would be able to use that dedicated tax increase. And that revenue, let's say it's 2 mils, then we're looking at about $1,230,000, give or take. And so you'd be able to make your $646,000 contribution to COG in whole, and by next year it'll probably go up because they will continue to have paid staffing needs. And we would be able to utilize that dedicated tax revenue source to pay for the fire hydrant maintenance and all other expenses, because in the legislation under the second class township code, that those dedicated restricted funds that we would receive as a revenue source would be able to pay for fire hydrant and all expenses as outlined between equipment, staffing needs, and the fire hydrant maintenance and repairs. So I've kind of introduced a little bit of a complex nature to the concept, but it's actually to give you more of a wider understanding of how the increase of that tax can be utilized and benefit our township specifically as it relates to the offset of utilizing general fund, increased transparency between, I know last year we really emphasized that a tax increase would help with the increased needs of public safety in general. but we weren't really held accountable to have those restricted funds, meaning, you know, outlined and called out in our budget. This particular dedication of a tax increase would require us to do that. So it would give us increased revenue with a transparent approach. Also in the, I believe it was the last meeting, October 14th, perhaps, in the agenda packet, I had already prepared and presented a draft ordinance for the board's consideration for that special tax increase with a memo that also provides a great deal of these details for consideration. So I think while I tried to answer your question, I may have added some additional details that could have created a little bit more of a complex, you know, our comprehensive approach to breaking down the details. Did that help, Mr. Heller?
It did. Again, there's a lot of scenario planning that has to be done, bottom line, for me to walk through some of those, again, scenarios. I don't know if I'm prepared this evening to start doing some back of the envelope calculations on what these things might look like. So I'm wondering at what point we can have some of those deeper conversations to do some of the back of the envelopes, or have them prepared in advance of a conversation. Because these are all, you're absolutely correct, it's complex. There are a lot of options, a lot of scenarios. So what's the best way to move forward and to make a decision based on those? And I think that's my question at this point.
The board has the recommendation as an option for consideration. And you also have the option to utilize reserves. The auditor says usually just 3 months of operational expenditures is all that you need. You have about 8.5 million in reserves. And with an anticipation of that increasing as a result of not utilizing all the expenditures budgeted in the 2025 operating budget. And so I would, you know, acknowledge that just with some time constraints that we can continue the conversation in terms of preparing scenarios. We can break down a little bit more detail outside of what was in the memo and budget agenda packet for the ordinance, for the increase for the fire protection dedication tax that you see in the ordinance. Other scenarios in terms of those calculations, we can have those conversations at the next meeting. We didn't advertise for any action to be taken, but we can carry those conversations. But the board is certainly within a position where if you didn't want to raise taxes, you don't need to. You have reserves, far more than is needed. In fact, I think the auditor said this year that they actually don't recommend keeping such a big fund balance. So just that flexibility I would have in mind.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So I think maybe for this year, I understand this fund balance being larger, and it's okay to have it lower. But strategically speaking, and I see this at, for example, the university, there's a requirement by the trustees that the university leadership deliver a balanced budget every year. Mm-hmm. Do we want to consider in the future having deeper conversations around that potential for the township? That's where my mind goes with the revenue. It's not 1 mil here or 2 mil there, and what's it going to look like? You know, we have to make those decisions, but I want to think more strategically down the road as to what we might be able to do differently. And that's not a I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can have conversations on. I think that we haven't had a balanced budget in almost 10 years.
Right.
And so, but what we have is we've increased our infrastructure over the last 10 years, and we've increased our needs for operations to meet the ordinances. I think tonight when we discussed street trees, for example, ordinances have been passed, resolutions have been passed in the last 10 years that require us to be in compliance as we require our residents to be in compliance with our ordinances. And I just don't know that you're gonna have a balanced budget without increasing revenue. And we're still ahead where if we do incremental increases or we capitalize on some of these creative options, that we can prevent from being in a very difficult situation. I think, you know, we identified chapter 25 street trees as an example. We've identified, salaries. We contracted police negotiations, we concluded in 2023, and I think in beginning of 2024, we, brought them up to competitive wages, and we have that's 7% wage increases. We saw 7% increases for non-uniform staff based on inflation. Those expenditures to maintain our infrastructure, to pay our staff to do the work that are expected to deliver municipal services, they're only increasing. And I really can appreciate the desire to want to have a balanced budget, but I don't know how we get back to that when we haven't had it in 10 years. So I really appreciate your comments, and I just want to really encourage the board to give some consideration that I don't know that when we cut tonight, maybe 300,000, 400,000, our salaries total are about, I'm going to look at Todd, 8.5 million. And our total revenue is maybe just 2 million above that. I mean, I'm calling from memory right now, but I don't know how we're going to get to a balanced budget and maintain the infrastructure that we've acquired over the last decade and deliver the same. I think that's the question the board probably wants to think about before we discuss cutting expenditures. What municipal services do you want to cut? That is the conversation. Do you want to cut the delivery of urban care or arbor care? Do you want to what municipal services do you want to cut? And then we can stop bringing to you proposed expenditures for those services.
If I may, I think there's also another layer to the conversation, that is what ordinances have been enacted that are requiring us to do things that maybe at this point we should reconsider.
I would say that I wouldn't know at what point we start. I mean, the board, the township has been enacting ordinances and policies for years, and so I would say we've enacted several in the last 5, 10, 15 years. I'd say in 2013, 2014 is the last time, and I'm calling from memory here. One of the last years I recall when James and I did an assessment of the last time we had a balanced budget. I don't know what we've enacted, no more than anyone else in this room would be able to go and look through and identify. I don't know what we've enacted since then. I know that our traffic signals, for example, I think it's been commented since I've been with the township, we've increased it by at least 2 or 3. I've watched insurance go up for policing, elected officials. I've watched healthcare insurance go up this year pretty drastically. These expenditures keep going up, and so I completely empathize and agree, and I empathize only because we have these conversations at a staffing level for several days before we deliver a proposed budget. But I think maybe what we want to do, if the board wants to dedicate time to have conversations about municipal services and which ones we might want to consider cutting, that would be really helpful. And I can appreciate looking at ordinances, but ordinances have been enacted since we've been incorporated as a home rule charter. Actually, before then, since 1801 as a second-class township. And at what point we started having expenditures as a result exceed revenue because we've been enacting ordinances and resolutions. I don't know that. I don't know that date and time. And I don't know that we have the staff to comb through and know which ones the board would want to look at. But we're happy to bring those conversations your way if you identify an ordinance that you'd like to have a discussion. Yeah. And we can do cost benefit analysis, but there would be a lot.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, if there is anything that board members see, you can bring forward, so. Mr. Patterson.
Well, I think we're getting back to the expenditure side, and they do work hand in hand. But we just finished an exercise. Excuse me. Around expenditures. So Mr. Howler, are you saying that? I guess what are you saying from a revenue perspective?
Oh, no, from a revenue perspective, yeah, tonight isn't the night to go ahead and dive deeply into this. I don't see us making back of the envelope calculations, knowing there are so many scenarios there. So I'd really like to understand maybe some next steps that would be proposed so that we could actually have a deeper conversation, not at 10:07 at night, about revenues. With some scenario planning maybe done in advance, knowing some of the levers that we have tonight from the presentation we had earlier.
Do you have
I'm
any
happy to move
thoughts?
on. I'm happy to move on and adjourn the meeting.
So if you just want to outline next steps for us, I guess, will we see this back then with the?
November 5th, the next
On
Board of
November 5th.
Supervisors regular meeting. The requested changes will be made, and you will have in front of you your draft 2026 operating budget at the November 5th meeting for review and confirmation that the changes have been made, and any other changes that you may want to discuss at that time, and then we'll bring it back to the board for consideration to adopt at the first meeting in December.
Sorry, so our next board meeting is when?
Well, your next board meeting is October 21st.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the next time that we'll have time to be able to make these incorporations and get information ready for discussion will be November 5th.
Okay.
Or third?
Or 3rd.
I have it on the
That's right,
yeah,
that's
the
right.
special
It's
meeting.
election day on the 4th.
All days I'm
you.
going to be sick.
Thank you.
Wait. So there is a special there could be a special meeting on November 5th?
It's November 3rd, the regular
Okay,
meeting.
okay.
Thank
And then a
you.
special
Yes,
one on the
thank you.
12th.
Okay, good, okay. I was like, there is a meeting conflict here. Okay. And that sound good with everyone? So our next regular meeting, I was gonna say,
Tuesday.
on Tuesday,
Tuesday.
do we even revisit budget or just
We
go
can
through a
we can
regular
add as a
meeting?
discussion. There's no action. We didn't,
Okay.
we weren't, it wasn't added in the legal
Right.
ad that went out, but we can certainly add
Yeah.
it for discussion.
I think that would be healthy. That gives us a little bit of homework. Again, wanting to be mindful of your time, and there are statistics after 2 hours your brain goes to mush. So, maybe, at our next meeting when, we've had time to renew, we can kind of bring up some things that will prepare us going into that November meeting there, so.
After 2 hours, that would have been 7:30 for me this morning. Done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you guys. I'm okay moving on as well, and have a great night. Over.
Okay. Any communications since 2 days ago for anyone to bring up?
No.
Otherwise, we will meet again on the 21st. And Patty, you want to accept, reject, or modify item number 10?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, we're adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.
Wait, we're done?